You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver Media Podcast. The True North Eager Beaver Podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. CanadianTarot.com, your uniquely Canadian online eclectic tarot community and forum, and The Peppermaster, hot pepper sauces made from fresh farm ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind.
We are live. Believe it or not, we are actually live. Yeah, we should be live anyway. I think we are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we should be live now. A couple of technical glitches there. I had to run home and grab another cable, which is why we had a little bit of a late start because I didn't have a lot. I misplaced my full-length cable for the camera.
Ooh.
So
Yeah, we're a little loud in there.
there, how's that?
Try again?
How's that?
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Did we have our regular intro?
Yeah. It's already done. We're in.
Okay. That's weird. Well, hello, kids. I wasn't ready for you. Welcome to, what is this, our fourth one?
Fourth one.
Our fourth monthly pubcast live from the Lieutenant's Pump on Elgin Street in beautiful Ottawa, the nation's capital, on a pretty nice day, actually, I must say. I'm your host, the Eager Beaver, pronouns he, him, hey, Mr. Beaver, eh? And of course, as you can see, I have my good friend here, Mr. Grizzly, just still, working the phones and doing all that technical stuff, making sure that we're good to go.
We're good to go.
We're good to go. I have my local lager here in hand because it is a pubcast.
This is 0.0 partake IPA.
Yes, because Mr. Grizzly is off the sauce for a moment.
I can have a beer later if I feel like it, but I'm going to try and play by the rules for the time being.
All right. So I've got a mic in my hands, in my way there. All right. Oh, hello, Kit Elaine. Hello, Kit Linda. Hello, Kit Dharma Karma. Lovely to see you. It's wonderful. Yes. Hope everybody is doing well. Mr. Grizzly. Ooh. Okay.
No, that was me. I was adjusting mine.
That just went way up again.
No, it's because I got too close to the mic.
Okay.
Sorry. How's that?
That's better, yeah.
Yeah, your volume was way high.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Excellent.
That should be better now. Yeah, little technical glitches here and there we got to figure out, stuff happens. Life goes on. We get it figured out eventually.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, let's see if I can get this tablet running. Oh, come on.
All right. Well, I guess let's see here. I hope you guys are doing well today. It's been, same thing happened to me again last night at my Ottawa Beaver Lodge. I got lulled into sleep by the big comfy sofa last night. So I was asleep, I think, prior to 9 p.m. So I missed the whole Blackball thing.
I didn't join till 11, and then it was a short show. So.
Mm-hmm. So I missed out on that, but we had a lot of visibility this week with with Black Ball and having done Dean's show and then having recorded something for Jake's show. So it's good to have a little downtime as well from producing. I realized that yesterday after we did the morning show that getting ready to come over here to do this, I packed a little too quickly and forgot a couple of key things. Yeah, like the charging cord for my laptop, for example.
That'll do it.
So I've got 1 hour and 28 minutes left. I'm like rationing laptop time.
I don't know if I can help you with that one.
But yeah, it was just weather had started around the time of the departure. When you did the snow that you said was hidden Ottawa was coming to us, did hit us around the time of departure.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you guys got it a little bit later, huh?
Yep, we got it a little bit later. The drive was good. There was only one part on the road where our back wheel sort of what would you call that? Skidded?
Fishtailed?
Fishtailed a bit, yeah. And it was rather unexpected. We were actually not on a main part of highway, but we took the back highway.
Uh-huh.
But we were actually through a town, and yeah, we just took off from a red light, and then we just woo! Oh, lovely! That is great. Oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we brought another monitor. I brought another monitor in so that. Sorry, let me just turn my mic down a bit. I think it's a little bit too hot there.
Maybe the kids can let us know.
Yeah, my mic was a little too hot. I turned it down a bit. Yeah, I brought another monitor in so we can see things a little bit better. So, yeah, I've got the laptop right here in front of me, as you can see on camera there. The camera's up there, the light is there, and we got a 24-inch monitor, which, as I was walking over here, I get in the elevator in my building, and it fell out of my backpack. I thought, oh, great.
Oh, no.
I thought I just bought it like 4 days ago. I thought, okay, great. I just broke it. No, it's fine. It's working. It's good. We're solid. I was concerned, but I guess there's no need for concern in the end because it seems to be operational. So, a little bit of stress there, you know how life goes. Had a couple of technical glitches that I had to fix up, but in the end, everything seems to have worked out okay. It just took me a little bit to get everything together, you know?
Yeah. I was really surprised when I slid in. It's like, oh, okay, I'm not here. It was, okay, he's probably just up front ordering a beer. And he's like, hello? So I'm getting the cable. Oh, okay, I'm here. Man. Unfortunately, with the view this way on the monitor, we cannot see the kids' comments.
That's why you have your phone.
Yeah, my phone keeps on freezing here. It shows me 5 comments, and then I get that spinning wheel of death.
Oh,
and
okay.
It will not keep on showing them to me.
Well, I can show you the comments here. I'll just periodically change it so you can see them. See? There we go.
There we go.
So we sounded good, kids. Is this acceptable? Is this passable? Is this okay? Because it's tough for us to tell, right?
We're not blowing out your drums anywhere there. Waiting for some feedback.
No, it's okay. Let me just get settled in here.
Well, you know what? Let's give ourselves a little cheer here.
Cheer.
Absolutely.
Doesn't feel right to cheer with non-alcoholic beer, though.
You made that rhyme.
Well,
Oh.
Hellish Stance wants to offer promotion.
Oh, thank you so much. We already have some pretty good promoters, I think.
Yeah, I think we're good. But
we're
thank
set
you.
There, right?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. People just be neighborly, you know, wanting to help.
I guess. Trying to adjust my microphone here.
Kit Linda says you're sounding great and looking hot as usual. Hey.
All right. Well, that's what we want to hear. You see, we want to sound good. As for the look good, well, I mean, that's just I don't know. That's up to the individuals watching. Of course, I can't determine what the situation or the status is on that. So,
I'm a flattery will get you many places kind of beaver.
Ah, well, yeah. Watch I don't knock anything off. I got to move this a bit and just to give me some space here. We're good.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent.
Yep. So thank you very much. Yeah, I picked up this little saucy number in my closet. I like it because if I unbutton it, I can reveal a little shoulder. You
know. Okay. All right. Settle down.
Hey. The people want skin. The people want skin.
Settle down. I'm just checking all the mics here. That's all. Check that one.
Checking that one.
Yeah, it's good.
Do I sound? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Loud and clear. And okay. All right.
Well, I have some news.
What's that?
Personal news. Good stuff has been happening.
Oh yeah, what's
Yeah. I believe I had mentioned it before, that theater audition I went to last year, where there were like people like from 28 or 29 different companies
Mm-hmm.
sort of all together all at once. Well, I did that, and that gave me the right to put my name in a database. And somebody came across my name and asked me if I would be interested in a specific project. And it's a project it's a play, but it has something to do with tango.
Okay.
Which very much interests me because I'm a dancer.
Let's tango.
Del Bello. Yes. Love that song.
One of the first CDs I ever bought.
Really? I love
not the
that
first,
song.
but one of the first. Definitely.
So yeah, we've been talking back and forth, and it seems that she likes me, and it seems that she has gotten some funding to be able to workshop the play for about a week.
Mm-hmm.
In Ottawa, and it seems that I might have snagged a paying job out of that.
Excellent.
That could maybe, pending the ability to secure future funding to make it a full 60-minute thing, which may lead to my first official credit.
Nice.
Because I was asked if I had union status.
And you?
Not for English theater.
Oh, no?
No.
Oh, that's how we were able to do the French thing.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, the UDA stuff. So I was like, ooh, that would be so much fun. So it seems I'm on the ground floor on the play that's being workshopped, which is kind of cool because I've always wanted that.
Cool.
So that kind of happened. And then for the kids who know that, I'm a bit of not only am I a tennis buff, but I'm a curling buff.
Mm-hmm.
And I play. And we had a period, I think I was complaining a bit on the show, of about 5 weeks. We were somewhere around like end of November till early January, where they had redone the surface of the ice, but something went very, very, very wrong.
Wasn't the way it would normally be? It wasn't pebbled well, or what?
It was pebbled fine. It's just, I don't know if like they melted part of the ice and tried to redo the surface or something at one point during a break. Because at Christmas time they melted it all completely and just gave us a full new surface.
Mm-hmm.
But somewhere mid-season they did something. Sometimes they also sharpen the rocks, and then they do something really weird.
They sharpen the rocks?
Yeah, it's called sharpening the rocks.
I was not aware of that.
Neither was I until a couple of years ago, until we came to the club and I threw a rock and I had to I pushed with all my might and it only went halfway down the sheet.
Sharpen it though? Wouldn't they call smooth it? That's in the frame.
I really, really do not know. So we had a period of 5 weeks where basically every match was just horrible, and you couldn't predict what was going to happen when you threw your rock, and all the enjoyment was pretty much out of it. And I was very much thinking, maybe this will be my last year, because all of a sudden it's like I've never picked up a rock and never played before. But they fixed it during Christmas, and the ice is really, really nice again. And we've been on a tear where we couldn't win a game or come even close to winning a game. It's like we have a little...
Sorry, I'm just trying to fix it.
The ground is shaking here. Oh, okay.
I'll get it straight. Keep going. Keep talking.
Okay, we're just moving.
Yeah, just fixing the camera.
Okay. While we were basically losing all the time, we could hit the broadside of a barn if we tried. And then all of a sudden, they smoothed the ice, and my men's competitive team won their pool in the third round, which means we get to go back up to a division, which was great because we had gone down one the time before. So we have 6 divisions in our men's league, and we're usually in the third one. So we got back there, which is where we usually are. But we're on a bit of a tear, winning some matches and doing very well, which is very nice. And on my stick curling team, we just played doubles. We had a run where we were playing about 4 or 5 matches in a row against some of the top teams. We have about 27 teams in the league, and we're about 22nd at the time. Well, we were about 16th at the time. You have to be 16th to hit the playoffs, and then we had that run against them, and we dropped down to 22nd. But the very, very, very last run of games against the top teams, the last match was against the top team in the entire league, and we won it. And then last week we played the number 10 team in the entire league, and we won it. So we're a bit on a tear. We've got 5 matches left, and we're only 2 points out of a playoff spot. So if we can keep up this wave that we're on, we might actually get there. It would be the first time in 4 years I actually make the playoffs in that league, so that would be really nice.
Oh, cool.
And I'm doing that with a new partner who's just brand new to curling, but she took to it like water, and she really loves the sport, and she actually comes to practice, and she's like, every now and then she saves me.
Oh, nice.
In her first year, she's just a natural. It's really, really fun to play with her.
Keep talking. I'll fix that. Keep going.
And then in our mixed doubles, it looked like we were going to go down a division to C from B. And in the last 3 matches of the previous round, we snagged 2 wins and a tie to just stay in. And so far in the next round, we have a win, a loss, and a tie. So we are doing better there as well. And last match, it was we were playing against a team that was higher ranked than us, and the match was over after just 3 ends. They scored 2 in the first, we scored 3 in the second, then we scored another 4 in the third, and all they did is they came up and they fist bumped us and said, yeah, that's enough. So we had never won like that before. So yeah, hopefully we'll stay at least in B, and if we finish top 2 in B, then we get to start in A next year. But it'll be nice because last year we won the C division in the playoffs in our mixed doubles, and we were hoping to compete in B, but with some of the plays that I got last year, I had to miss too many matches, and the level of competition is so high that sometimes if you bring in a substitute to curl for you when you're not there, especially when you have to do it about 3 matches in a round, you'll end up going down because you just need the chemistry with your regular player. But this year I've been doing more marketing for the theater company than acting itself. So I've had because I wanted to focus on the choir to improve my singing voice. Haven't missed as many matches this season as a result for shows. So we're getting full seasons in, and it's kind of nice to see what we're capable of when we're not away all the time.
Yeah, no doubt.
Trying to just keep the team together by having people fill in. So yeah, sort of just good personal news on that front. And Alex is my Beaver sweetie, Alex. His teaching gig at RC this term went very, 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 very
nice.
Mm-hmm. It was 10 days, and it made life a little busy, having to prioritize everything because he was basically teaching a full semester of courses in just 10 days. So 5 days 1 week, 2 days a week, and then 5 days the next week, and the last day including the exam. So he's basically preparing going to school, teaching the course, and then coming in and preparing the next day's course and grading. And so it was
keeping him busy.
It was basically 24/7 for 2 weeks. So cooking and everything, fell down to me, which is it's fair game, because when I'm doing a show and we're 2 weeks before the end of the show, then it's the other way around.
Yeah,
right? It's like I'm not available to do anything, so you need to come in and pick up some slack. So it was my turn to be on that duty, and he came out of it really well. It seemed to have went smoothly.
Good stuff.
And he seems to have enjoyed the experience. It was very different because it was a group of people that were there in a dedicated fashion to absolutely get that information. A little bit older group as well. Also paid to be there in this case rather than paying to be there. But you've got 10 days. This is your mission. Military context as well. So it was a class that for him that was relatively easy to teach in terms of interaction with students, as opposed to some of the more challenging issues,
which is reasonable.
Yeah. So because in the other context, it's students wanting to go on to a future level of study, who need a certain grade to get there, and they're taking the course. Well, some are taking the course for the knowledge, and I guess everybody is to a certain portion, but some of them are taking it more for the grade so that they can move on to the next thing.
Okay.
So there's not as many people that are necessarily as curious or want to know why. Just show me how it works. And well, of course, if you're a teacher and you're passionate about your subject, you want to teach how not only like how to do the calculation, but why the calculation works this way. And they just may just not be that into that.
Well, that stands to reason. It's not everybody's cup of tea. Bottle of gin, bottle of whiskey, whatever you want to, however you feel like labeling it. I mean, sometimes, like I know I've had friends who went to school and just took a specific course just because they knew they could get credits in it. They didn't give a damn about the course itself. I'm sure that's not uncommon today.
But I think it's different when you're taking your course for your own interest, or it's an elective that you really want to take, and sort of you need to do 2 years of this in order to get admitted into this program, and in order to get this program you need at least a 70 in this one specific course,
right?
And then you're in that course and you're not, it doesn't look like you're going to be getting your 70. And it could be because it's something that you're doing, it could be because of the teacher, but I mean,
there's variables. Yeah.
When your teacher has a PhD in the subject matter, there's probably a good chance it's something you're doing.
Well,
unless the teacher's completely inept at teaching, you would think that the teacher at least knows the subject matter.
One would hope, anyway. Yeah.
You would hope. So but different stresses and people different stages in their life too. When you're at college, it's not necessarily everybody right out of high school, right? There's people that are returning. There are people that want to advance their careers. There are people that are taking advantage to go back to college, given the pandemic.
Of course, yeah,
and all that kind of stuff, and change the career. So, you're more likely to have, some older students that have kids at home, more parents at home, and not has enough time to do homework, and so it's a bit of a challenging time. If you're a student, of course, but it's a challenging time also if you're a teacher, because you're trying to make sure that people get the information that they need, and hopefully trying to stimulate a thirst for knowledge. But the people you're teaching may not have the same agenda.
Well, yeah.
So it's it's led to some discussions over the past years about past months. We're closing in on 2 years now. About is this the right career for him? Or is he doing things the right way? Is there more that he can learn, or different strategies he can employ? He cares a lot. It's obviously, given the amount of work that he's doing and how he's trying to improve. Thank you very much. But it's tough watching people, get their start in their careers, and they're you went and you got yourself a PhD, so I mean you're validated. I mean, how many people do that, right? What percentage of the people do that? So you've already done something that 90% of the people in the world don't do.
Yeah.
By accomplishing that, and a lot about a few specific things, but you have good, reasoning and judgment abilities. And you go out into the world, and all of a sudden you're brand new at teaching something that a lot, right? And then you fail at something, or you don't do as well as you would like when I was directing this summer, right? All these years acting, I thought I'd be great at it, and all my people skills, I thought I'd be great at it, and I fell flat on my face.
It's like you could be the greatest hockey player that the world has ever known, but it doesn't mean you know how to coach. Right? I think that was kind of the case for Gretzky, wasn't it?
Yes, that was probably going to go down in history as the most interesting hockey decision. Yeah. I hear you. What you mean?
Yeah, you could say that. There, I had to just adjust my mic.
Yeah.
I came in here at 1:00, got all this set up, got everything tested, and it was all working. And I realized I needed another cable for the camera, because the one I had one that was in my computer bag, but it's not there. So I had to run home and grab another one. And I didn't get a chance to do a true sound check until we just went live. So I'm still working out some little kinks and gremlins here, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm not stressed about it in the least bit.
All
I'm
right.
chilled. I'm in the pub. I'm chilled.
Bill. So, what's been happening with you, my friend?
Work. Just work.
Work.
That's it. Like literally nothing else going on. Honest to goodness, nothing else going on right now. It's work, produce, edit. That's that's all I've got going on right now. I was going to go skiing tomorrow, but I'm way too tired, and I got to get over to see my folks and help them out. I was supposed to go over the other night to help them, but I ended up working late every night this week, so I'm going to go visit them tomorrow. Probably head over around noon, spend the afternoon there, install a new microwave for them. Just, I haven't seen them because they were in New Brunswick for a week. My aunt had passed away, so they went down for the funeral. Well, she was well into her 90s and had been suffering for a long time. Okay. So it's for the best, really.
Yeah.
She'd been not been well for a while. So in the end, this is probably oddly better. You know how that sometimes works weirdly.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow.
How was the trip for your parents?
Oh, it was good. Yeah, good. They said good drive, no problem, no issues. Everything went well. Said it was a really nice service. So,
They were there for just a week? Or?
Just a week, yeah. Drove down. They were there like 6 days, I think, and then they came back. So, yeah, not a long time. Just a short visit to see some family and tend to some family members. Wow, I was at a loss for words there. That's a rare thing with me. It never ever happens, and yet, I'm just very mellow today. I went to bed shortly after the end of Blackballed, and then I was falling asleep, so I go to bed, and then as soon as I got into bed, I couldn't get to sleep. I'm like, this is not. And I'd been up since 3 a.m. Right, so
yeah, so you're ready for it.
Mm-hmm. And then I couldn't sleep, and it wasn't like my mind was racing. My mind was literally empty at that point. I just couldn't. I couldn't shut it down. I couldn't fall asleep for some reason. I don't know. These things happen. So, I should tweet this out there that we are live.
In my case, it's been falling asleep a little too easily.
It happens.
Well, let's just say I have a very, 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 very understanding sweetie.
I think so.
Goodness. Yeah. Thank goodness. Oh man. So I'm having a very, 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 very difficult time not talking about politics right
now. I get it, but
I know, because there's like part of me that just wants to yell, "I told you so!" But I'm gonna have to wait till Monday to do that.
We'll do that on Monday. We'll do it Monday.
But I'm kind of giddy.
Monday it will be. There's a bunch of them just up the street on the hill right now.
I'm just like, is it wrong that I'm enjoying this so much? But anyway, it's a whole other.
It's a whole other subject. I promised no politics today. No politics, no religion. Just good times. Cocktails and dreams, right?
Ah, yes.
How's it going?
Hey. Nice to see you.
You joining in?
Yeah. Honestly, I might be finishing up soon, so if I do, I'll come and say hi.
We got room for you here.
I would sit down. I'm still working here. I'm working here.
Working.
How you guys been?
Good.
Yeah.
Really well, thanks. Long time no see. Yes.
Well, last time I saw you wearing a Christmas hat.
I was indeed.
Yeah, come say hi before I leave.
All right.
Cool.
See ya. What's this? Elaine, I only listened to part of Casual Friday. Topic was getting weird.
Apparently.
Oh, okay.
I had taken a nap. I guess, well, James, when I was talking to him, he was like, yeah, I started late. I started around 9:30.
Oh, baby, sweetie.
Oh, cool.
Hey, baby. How you doing, sweetie? Oh, you actually tuned into the show. Oh, my heart's melting.
Cool. Was that a first?
Not not at first. The other day I was at home and he actually like tapped me on the shoulder because I was listening to one of our shows, like fast forwarding through it to get the segments to do the write up for it.
Right.
I guess, and he came into the office to see me, and I was like, he happened to be watching the show.
Okay.
So he tapped me on the shoulder and says, "Come see, I got something for you to see." It's like, but I'm working here. It's like, "Oh, come see me." You're gonna like pull me away from the stuff. You always do this. Like, come into my room and you get me to pull me away from the desk to do something else. I said, "Just come see this." So I come see it, and he was like watching us.
Oh.
The same episode too.
Oh, wow.
It was like, oh, thank you for disturbing me. That was a good reason.
Definitely. Yeah.
So yes, that's my beaver sweetie, Alexandru, that you see in the chat there, kids. So yes, wish him a lovely hello and be very, very, very nice to him because, well, he's my boo.
Yeah.
He's my boo. I love him.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
We get that.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Yes, I am sad there's no skating on the canal. I'd love to be out there on the canal anytime soon, but it doesn't look like it's going to open at all with the weather being what it is. I mean, it's too mild out. We had 2 days where it was minus 40, and other than that, it's been around 0, maybe minus 5. It's just simply not been a proper winter.
We had 10 in Kingston the other day.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. In February, that's ridiculous. 10 in August, you put on a parka. 10 in February, you're in your shorts.
I saw someone in their walking down the street, shorts and a hoodie.
I saw a few people like that. There's always the shorts guy in the winter. There's always the shorts guy, but I saw a few the other day.
Yeah.
Like, this is called Fool Spring. This is not real spring. It's Fool Spring, right?
It's like, and like, I'm a leg man. I'm not going to object, but like, there's still half of me. It's like, gee, man, put on some clothes, boy.
Well,
it is February.
Yeah, it's a little chilly.
But it's amazing how 10 in February is more different than 10 in October, right?
That's
it's like, oh my God, I can't believe it's so cold already. It's like, then it's 10. I mean, you're still wearing your jacket, but I had like the jacket open and everything.
Yeah,
and like
10 in August, you lose your shit.
Yeah.
You lose your shit. It's like, what's going on?
Yeah.
The world is ending. Yeah. 10 in October, ooh, it's a cold autumn day.
Yeah, I had the toque and the scarf, like everything, like was a gradual striptease walking. Oh, I'm
10
hot.
in February.
Open up the jacket, open up the second jacket. Oh, I'm going to take off the toque. I'm going to take off the scarf.
It reminds me of that Rick Mercer skit from the Rick Mercer show. It was, oh, look, +2. What are you going to do when it hits +2? I think I'll go out. I think I'll leave the house.
It's 10 days from now. It will always be +2.
Yeah, always. It's just a rule with. And then a guy, we're just here to reassure you that winter doesn't last forever. It won't be +2 when it gets there. We really can't predict anything past 5 days, to be honest with you. But if we say the 10-day forecast is +2 in there somewhere, you'll feel better about yourselves. We're just going to give you that little bit of hope to hang on to.
Legislated optimism.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a good time. It's a good time.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm very relaxed right now.
I can tell.
I had sent it. Well, I'm a little tired too. I'd sent out a couple of invites to a few people that were supposed to join. I don't know if they were going to make it or not, but let's see if I can find them here, and I'll send out the link in the chat there. Where did I? Oh, I already posted it. Yeah, it's links in the chat. So if anybody wants to join in, feel free. A couple of people told me they may stop by today. We'll see. We're prepped for it. We got room for 2 more, so we'll see what happens. If they make it, great, and if they don't, that's okay.
Yep.
But yeah, very mellow today. Very, very mellow.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah, I'm tired. That'll do it. I'm not wound up yet. You know what? I need a cup of coffee is what I need. I had 1 cup of coffee this morning, so maybe I'll order a cup of coffee. Let's see.
No. So
yeah, a little tired.
We'll have a little coffee chat interlude in our
coffee
chat today.
We'll have a coffee. We'll have a coffee. We'll talk amongst yourselves.
Yes. We drink coffee, we meet, we talk. No big whoop.
What was the name of the character that Mike Myers used to do on SNL? Coffee Talk.
Linda Richmond.
Yes, thank you. And that was based on his wife's. It was based on his then wife's mother, his mother-in-law.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I thought it was funny. They're not together anymore. They're since divorced. But
Oh,
and he said that, I'm Canadian. Leafs fan. Hockey's my whole life. So my wife got interested in hockey, and when she got interested in hockey, she got interested in it with a vengeance, because
ooh,
we're watching a game one day and she's spewing out all the stats about this guy, and he's like, I don't know what the hell she's talking about. I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. Most women I know who love hockey know way more about it than I do. Way more about it. It's like, yeah, I've been playing it my whole life, but when I was a kid, it occupied 90% of my brain space, right? All I did was read books about hockey. I read
really?
I knew everything.
Okay.
But I haven't done that since I was like 13. I don't even know half the players are on the team that I cheer for anymore.
It's amazing how that happens. For me, that was music.
Well, music still occupies a large part of my brain space, but it's just, you got,
It does.
when you're a kid, you don't have anything else to think about.
Right. Exactly.
As an adult, you got a million and one things to think about on a daily basis, let alone the things that you're passionate about, right? So it's one of the things about, that don't grow up. It sucks. It's a trap. Don't become an adult.
I know. I paid my RSP payment yesterday. Talk about being adult.
Don't even get me started.
I remember the very, very first time I paid my RSP payment. I was like sitting there. I was like, I think I was like 29 or something. It's like, I'm 29. I'm making RSP payments. I've got a mortgage.
God damn it, I'm an adult.
How the hell did that happen? What the hell?
Yeah.
But yeah, music was one of those things, right? Because I was a dancer. So if you're a dancer, music is your life. And I've had tons of vinyl when I was a kid, then tons of tapes, then tons of CDs. I was writing to Much Music all the time. Every time they had a VJ thing, I want to be a VJ. It's like this. I could talk about music and you ever think about the bands and all that kind of stuff. I think there wasn't a day that didn't go by with me watching at least an hour or two of Much Music of some kind, right? Just to keep abreast of what's going on, what's the hits, and you talk to your friends about music and like trade music. What's this song? Have you heard this? And, this will blow your mind. And you'd have like little listening parties and stuff, right? So yeah, come up to my room. You got to hear the song.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Right? You put it on your ghetto blaster. It's like, oh man, this is so cool. And now it's like, music is still part of my life.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no doubt about it. But I'm not up on. There. I've had a last video. I would have known. I was like, oh, and didn't know. It's like, ooh. I was listening to going the nominees for the Grammys this. Oh, I didn't know this person had an album out this year.
Yeah, it's like
completely under the radar. And I don't know how that happens.
Well, I thought it was weird that I saw a lot of people freaking out about. They're like, "Who is this Bonnie Raitt person?" I'm like, "Oh, you're gonna get creamed."
Really?
Oh, and they did. They got creamed. People like Bonnie's a queen. She's been there forever. But they went on. They tore them apart.
But you know what? I did that the first time. Like 20 years ago was something to talk about because already back then, right?
I knew who she was.
No, but back then already was like she was already some like a legend then.
She's been going for 50 years.
It was like, who was she? Like this, and then all of a sudden, she had like a couple, 4 or 5 years where things that she did crossed over into pop, and then that kind of stopped.
Because she's how that does. She's a blues artist at heart, but it just happens. But
I don't know how that happens because the music doesn't get any less good.
Well, she covered John Hyatt's The Thing Called Love.
Yes.
And that's what propelled her into the stratosphere. And then she had a bunch of hits after that. But that was the one that got her first Grammy, and it sold millions of records, made her career visible to the mainstream.
Right.
But she'd been a blues player for decades up to that point. So, but it was funny. People going, "Who is he? I've never heard of her before." And then it was like a few years ago when Paul McCartney did something with Kanye West, and I'm watching Gen Z kids going, "I don't know who this Paul McCartney is, but his career might get a boost after working with Kanye." And I'm like, And all I was thinking was, please tell me you're joking. Like you're online. Couldn't you just Google the name before you made a statement as dumb as that?
That's the same feeling I get when I see a young Gayling like Barbara Streisand, Judy Garland.
Google's your friend.
Who?
Google's your friend.
It's like, and you have like all the older gays like, you don't know Judy Garland. Oh, come with me. We must give you your education, child. And then they grab and they plop in front of a TV with like the toothpicks under the eyes, and you must watch every Judy Garland musical ever made. And then we're going to finish with Judgment at Nuremberg. Because yes, she could act.
Wow.
It's like it's like if you're I imagine the scene of, if I was doing this comedy in a movie, it's like Judy Garland who, and you'd be in a gay bar, and then all of a sudden all the lights would go dark and the red sirens, drag queens would come in, grab someone.
What do you think you're doing? Oh, darling.
We have another one. Clear.
Wow.
But it's funny, because cultural references are funny, because we have that, like my Beaver Speedy and I have that. Well, first of all, we have like about a 10-year age difference, so there's like, I was very aware and present for all of the 80s. But if you were born in the 80s, there's a couple of years you were alive in the 80s that you don't remember, because you don't start remembering things until a certain age, right? And then he's European, so there are certain things that, if I talk about Gowan or Glass Tiger or Platinum Blonde, or that means absolutely nothing to him, right?
The comment from Wade and Doe. Best request I ever got was a handwritten note from a kid that read Bohemian Rhapsody. Oh my goodness gracious. It was time to give up being a DJ. Yeah. Yeah.
Is that an actual song?
Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, yes, but Bohemian Rhapsody? Because that would have been really clever had someone done that.
It's not a song.
Oh,
it's not a song.
Somebody needs to do that.
That's the whole thing about it, though. There's no song. It doesn't exist. Bohemian Rhapsody. Ozzy Osbourne always thought Bad Moon Rising was Bathroom on the Right.
I see the bathroom on the right.
Yeah, that's what he thought it was. Yeah. Misheard lyrics. Jimi Hendrix, Purple Haze. Excuse me while I kiss this guy.
Oh, for me it was Dead or Alive's You Spin Me. All I know is that to me, you look like you're lots of fun. Open up your heart and then watch I'll ski right down.
It's not even close.
I know, it's Watch Me Here, Watch Out, Here I Come or something.
It's not even close.
I always thought it was Watch Me Ski Right Down. I always thought it was a weird thing, but I mean, okay, he's flashing flamboyant. Sure, okay, I guess he's skiing.
Well, did you see the video of the guy driving along in the car, and they put on Blue? You know the song "I'm Blue." Yeah. Well, this guy was singing it. I'm blue. I could beat off a guy. I could beat off a guy. I'm like, that's what? There's not even lyrics there. It's bottom beat out and ba. The guy, his friend just stops and goes, "What are you saying? That's not the words." It isn't? No. It's not even close. But if you've ever read the lyrics to Blinded by the Light, the original, Bruce Springsteen wrote it. Manfred Mann got a #1 worldwide hit out of it. And yeah. I love the Manfred Mann version. I don't care for the Springsteen version.
Okay.
I like their interpretation of it. But the lyrics are nonsensical. They're really out there. I mean, there was a comedian who misheard lyrics, and he did this thing, and he'd say, "This is what I hear," then he'd play it, and the audience would hear it. And I'm like, that's funny, but if you actually read the lyrics to the song, they're complete gibberish.
Okay.
Madman runner with the Indian in the summer and a teenage diplomat. What does that even mean? Huh? Adolescent pumps his way into his hat. Yeah, like the lyrics they're stupid. Look them up. They're dumb. And I love the song.
The song's super catchy.
Yeah, but the lyrics make no sense whatsoever. I'm thinking Bruce was doing it as a gag, and they said, "We like that. Put that on the record." It was off his first record, "Greetings from Asbury Park, New Jersey." But I've never ever thought of it as a great lyrically written song ever. And I love the song, but I like the Manfred Mann version. Manfred Mann's Earth Band. The Roaring Silence is the name of the record,
Mhm.
and it's a picture of an ear, and it's got a screaming voice in the canal of the ear. It's interesting. Like it's got a scream. The Roaring Silence.
Yeah. I only that one and Runaway are the only songs I remember hitting the radio from them too. From that band.
Runaway.
Yeah. Through the night, through the dawn.
Oh yeah. Sorry,
you.
I was thinking Bon Jovi.
Yeah.
Runaway.
Yeah.
Off their first record.
Yes.
Yeah.
Another that I don't know any other songs from them for some reason.
There she was, just walking
That was
down the
Manfred
street,
Mann?
singing "Do-a-diddy-diddy dum diddy."
That was them?
Manfred Mann.
I did
It
not.
wasn't
know
the
that.
Manfred Mann Earth Band. It was the first band he was in the early '60s.
Oh.
Yeah. You know he's South African too.
Now that does not surprise me for some
Yeah,
reason.
he's from South Africa, and then he ended up moving to the UK and got into the music scene. He's a keyboard player and sometimes singer. Do-a-diddy, he was the lead singer for that one.
Okay.
Yeah. Slade, Run One Away by Slade. But that's not CanCon, dude. That's Run Away. Slade's a British glam rock band from the early '70s.
Oh, really?
Well, then they had hit songs, but they were made famous by Quiet Riot. Come on, feel the noise, which was a Slade song.
Okay.
Along with Mama, We're All Crazy Now.
Okay.
Well, it's also a Slade song that Quiet Riot got a hit with. And My Oh My, which is a big Slade drinking song. So this is what they got a Christmas song. They had a big Christmas song that's a hit, and Noddy Holder, the lead singer of the band, used to do a Christmas countdown show every year on the BBC with Noddy Holder's Christmas.
Okay.
I know a lot of weird, bizarre stuff.
Wow. Yeah, kids out there, if there are any songs that you had misheard lyrics to, or that you find the lyrics just weird or, ununderstandable, please let us know.
Well, I do remember one day Helix. Remember Helix?
Yes, Rock You.
Okay, Rock You. So they had two versions of the video.
Okay.
There's the version they made for Much Music, and then there was the X-rated version where everybody was naked and people were having sex around a big bonfire.
I've never known of that version.
Not a lot of people do, but it was accidentally aired once on Much Music. My buddy and I were sitting there watching Much Music, and we're looking at one another, and we're like, "Wait a minute, are those are naked women? What the hell?" And then they cut the video. They realized they racked the wrong video in the player, so they cut the video, and the VJ, I think it was Erica M, came on. She goes, "Yeah, we apologize. We set up the wrong tape, and we'll get right back to you in just a minute." Like they cut it about a minute in because they didn't realize, because the video starts off, they look identical,
right?
So you couldn't tell, and then all of a sudden, everybody's naked. Whoa! Yeah, that was in the 1980s on television. Right. You know, it's not something you were able to get away with.
Well, no, because I remember that was a thing back then, right? The videos that were banned, like Malcolm McLaren's Madame Butterfly video. There was basically a whole bunch of naked women in the sauna, basically, pretty much. Madonna's Justified My Love had some problems. Like a Prayer had some problems at the beginning. They eventually aired it. But Mimi on the Beach, apparently, originally. Although I don't know if there was
by Martha and the Muffins.
No, Jane Siberry.
Oh, Jane Siberry. Why would they ban that?
I don't know. Apparently, I heard that there was a banned version of that video.
Weird.
But I've never found it. I've looked for it and I've never found it. But I remember that back then, and then they had what was it, the Too Much for Much?
Yes.
Several years later.
Yeah.
Yes.
I do recall that. Yeah.
Or Mitsu's Dis-moi, Dis-moi.
Oh yeah,
as well. That one.
Well, even Bye Bye Mo Cowboy had some risque moments in it.
Little moments, yeah.
But it got away with it because it was en français, and it was weird because it was a French song that became a hit in English Canada.
Even in New York, Pettibone did a remix of it.
Oh yeah, really?
Oh yeah, and it's pretty good actually too.
What is she? Didn't she go on to work in television as a producer or a director or something? Right?
Yeah, and morning
A morning show?
Morning show host or early afternoon show host, and doing a lot of radio.
Haven't seen her in years, though.
No, but more radio and TV now. And she released one single a few years ago.
She was only 16 when her first record came out, I think.
Yeah. And I think she actually released like 4 or 5 total, and then sort of like left music and became more of a just sort of personality.
Okay.
But she did record a song called Envol a couple of years ago, which I kind of liked, but maybe I kind of liked because I liked her when I was 16 and saw her in concert back then, and all of that. But maybe wouldn't. The comments seemed to be that a lot of people thought it was disappointing that she would be doing that. But I think that if she hadn't been known before, but she said that she would every now and then like do a song of something struck her fancy. But she does. I think she's moved on.
Yeah. Well, somebody who was at PJ's mentioning here memories of Electric Circus. I'd worked with the Electric Circus crew a couple of times at this time of the year during Winterlude when they did live.
I missed that
live over here at
the
City
dance
Hall,
on Parliament Hill,
and then they did it the year after they did it on Parliament Hill. And a buddy of mine was hooked me up. We went over. We helped set up a bunch of stuff, and then we went to an after party. Can't tell you about it or where it was, but I was there hanging out with Monica Diol, and she was absolute professional, total, stunningly beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful. You know how somebody on television looks good? She looked better in real life, and tall. She must have been almost 6 foot tall, if memory serves, or maybe she had big heels. That's a long time ago.
Okay,
that's the mid '90s.
Yep. Oh man, I missed that Electric Circus. I can't remember if I've ever been on an Electric Circus, but I was on the French version, Bouge de là, a couple of times. Not much music.
Yeah, and that used to be stood by Juliette Powell. Yeah, yes. And I worked with her a couple of times too. She was lovely. She was Miss Canada at one point, or in the Miss Canada pageant or something. I can't quite recall. Yeah, good. I
haven't looked. Sorry.
Water, please. Yeah, thanks.
That wouldn't surprise me. She was gorgeous.
Oh yeah.
Like stunning.
You remember Sonia Ben Ezra?
Yes.
She spoke so fast I couldn't keep up to her. I don't speak French, so it's I can understand a lot, but she would get on the show and she was just ripping so fast. I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's happened to her. I know she went into Quebec television, of course, but
she took a few years off. I believe it was to take care of a family member.
Thank you.
If I remember correctly, but she's been recently making appearances again.
Okay. And is Music Plus still a thing? I have no idea. I don't even know. I know Much Music is still available, but I don't. Do they show videos? I don't think they do anymore.
Hardly ever.
Yeah.
Hardly ever.
It's like MTV doesn't show videos either anymore. And MTV Canada was very short-lived. I don't even think it's available here anymore.
That's a good question. I don't know. Yeah.
That's where I first was introduced to Dan Levy because he was on MTV Canada.
Oh, he was? I did not know that.
Yeah, he was on there before he was on MTV Canada, and I think he was on Much Music for a little bit. And they used to have the Masonic Lodge, Masonic Temple on Yonge Street in Toronto. That's where they broadcast from, and they used to do an after-party show featuring. It was they'd watch something like MTV. The Real World, and then they'd do an after show where they'd sit and talk about what they just watched, but it wasn't that, it was something else. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, that's how I was introduced to him. Yeah, that's Dan Levy, good guy, solid writer, solid producer, good human being, well rewarded and awarded for his efforts, and I mean, Schitt's Creek changed lives.
Yep. I'm really glad that happened for many reasons. Like I said, I know it's going to sound like I'm getting into the political thing, but I mean, one, it was a great show. But number two, it was just like for all that defund the CBC stuff, it's like this network just produced a show that like
won all the Grammys. All of them.
The Emmys, all the Emmys, right?
Emmys, yeah.
Like, and swept them that year for the comedy, like the whole thing. So it's like, clearly we're able to produce
have you ever watched
quality stuff?
Working Moms?
I love
that show's hilarious, man. It's like that show is hilarious, and it's very Canadian. A lot of nudity, a lot of C-bombs, a lot of F-bombs, and it's in prime time. They don't edit any of it; they just show it.
Nope.
It's the CBC. There's a warning beforehand. Watch the show. It was like when they first brought the CTV bought the rights to show the what was the mob show there? That HBO mob show with James Gandolfini.
Sopranos.
Yes. Come on in.
Come on
join us,
in.
grab some headset there, and we'll set you up with.
I can't say too long, but I want to come say hi.
All right. So should we check your mic? Is it that one?
Yeah.
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 Perfect.
There you go.
Just you can slide it forward. Yeah. Bring it closer.
Perfect. There we go.
Hey,
Hi.
welcome.
Hello. Let everybody know who you are.
My name is Briar. I work here at Lieutenant's Pump. So
Yes.
I've come in before, only once, and I had a great time. So I wanted to come say hi again.
And
Yes.
your mom's a fan of the show too.
Yes,
Should we
she
wave
is.
to your mom?
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Briar's mom.
Hi, Carrie.
Big kisses.
That's awesome.
Oh, the camera just did a thing on its own. It does that sometimes.
Hey, yo. It just wants to give a little panoramic view, that's all.
It's trying to put you in the center.
I guess so.
See, because what it does is it just when you move, it will start to track things. It responds to. Actually, we can do this. We'll just do a pan around. There's some of the pub for everybody at home. You can see there's part of it. There's some of the pub right there. And we'll just come back in.
Oh, this is awesome. Oh, cool.
There we
It's a
are.
fun little
Yeah.
system, eh?
See, I think the camera just goes for the prettiest face.
Of course,
Right.
It's ignoring me
That's why it
altogether.
always leans my way when there's nobody else here.
Oh, there it is.
Knock it off.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
So, how have you been? I haven't had a chance to talk to you lately. I've not been in a lot lately. I've been
Yeah, I haven't seen you as much as I used
well
to.
ridiculously busy with work between the day job and producing. We do this 5 days a week in the morning at 7 a.m. now, so
Holy lifting, so you're awake a lot earlier than I am.
I'm up every day at 5.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I slept in till 7 this morning.
Oh, goodness. Look at you.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Wild man, eh?
I know,
Jeez.
crazy. I know.
Basically got the lunch. Jeez.
Hey.
Honestly, I've been pretty good. I just got back. I went to Cayo Largo, Cuba.
Yeah, how was that?
Ooh.
It was beautiful. I honestly didn't even know it existed until we booked the trip. My friend kind of just one of these and just pressed go, and I was like, oh,
Nice.
I guess I'm going. But it's on the Caribbean side, because I've stayed in Veradero before, and I've been to Havana as well. But this was the first time that I was over there. I went to a beach called Serena Beach. It was one of the top 5 beaches in the world.
Oh, really?
Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, I was up to, you could go to your neck at the water and you could still see your toes and the ripples in the sand. It was so clear.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful. I swam with some turtles. I was able to go to a place called Iguana Island, and we got to literally, it was an island full of iguanas. They were huge.
Oh wow.
It was really cool. Yeah, we just brought some lettuce and hope to God they didn't eat us. So it was good stuff. Yeah, no, we had a great time. It's funny. I should be a lot more tan than I am, but honestly, I'm transparent, so you can usually see my organs, and right now you can't. So I call it a win.
So you've got some color. Yeah,
I
yeah.
call it a win. Yeah, perfect. First thing I came back, and John looked at me. He goes, "You're actually a little tan." I was like, "Thanks, John." Perfect. I try my best.
Yeah, I'm guessing you wear like a 70 sunblock
Oh,
or something. Like that.
110 SPF.
Oh my god.
They make that?
Yep, they make it Neutrogena for your face, but
Yeah.
the thing is that my skin it burns really easily. So I'm a pretty stickler when it comes to that. I'm reapplying as much as I can.
and that's
Wow.
it'll prevent premature aging, but it also prevents skin cancer.
Exactly.
And,
It's
like,
sunscreen's good for you. Honestly, I have
Oh, yeah.
some SPF in most of my moisturizers anyways for my face and stuff. It's good for your skin.
well, it's the body's largest organ.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to take care of it.
You gotta take care of it.
Yeah.
Exactly. I grew up in a town where we had the beach literally right next to us, so I kind of grew up knowing that pretty well. I learned pretty quickly how bad I burned. So
Oh yeah.
yeah. So yeah, no. I was trying to be really good about it.
Something weird happened to me when I was a kid. I'd
Mhm.
step outside and I'd be brown in 10 minutes.
Really?
And then at some point in the 90s, I remember I was at at Fort William on the Quebec side,
Okay.
across from Petawawa or Pembroke, that area.
Mhm.
And it was around 4 in the afternoon. So I'm like, I don't need sunblock. It's 4 o'clock, and the sun's low because it was August.
You're right.
I was out in the sun for 20 minutes. I get burnt to a crisp. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
my
I don't get burnt.
Hmm.
And everybody's like, yeah, you're really burnt. I'm like, this is weird. So for about 2 or 3 years, anytime I went in the sun, I burned.
Weird.
Now, nope.
Not at all.
And I barely tan.
Interesting.
Like if I, purposely lie in the sun, I'll tan. But I'll be outside walking around, t-shirt. I always wear a hat to protect, my bald head, number one, and keep the
Lovely.
sun
Yes,
off my
of course.
face. But yeah, I don't burn anymore.
Interesting.
I remember the first time I kind of sort of burned, which like really hit me as a surprise because I mean,
You weren't used to it?
well, I mean,
Yeah, he's
kind of, I look kind of tropical to start with, right? But Canadian summers, and we'd progressively get into it. And I remember when I was a kid, like the last day of school would be out, and we were like in the trailer, and then we'd drive down to Kingston to Lake Ontario Park
Nice.
and go camping for a couple of days till Canada Day, and then we'd go to Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
We were there for about 2 weeks, and then we'd end up either in Morrisburg or in Greeley for the rest of the summer.
right.
But then basically every morning, it's like you're up at 7 o'clock in the morning having pancakes, going out on the beach, and they sun the whole day up until like lunch. Come in, eat at the picnic table, go back. Like this, like we didn't know about SPF back in the day.
No,
Right.
we put cocoa butter on.
Yeah, and motor oil. Some people, right?
Oh my
And
God.
yeah.
Gotta get a tan. Gotta tan up.
I think I would literally burn so bad that I would actually shrivel into nothing. I feel like that's exactly what would happen. It'd be like a crispy bacon thing where I just flake away.
Well, another reason to wear sunscreen is
My
yeah,
tattoos?
well, because
I have quite a few of them. So I usually that's the first place that I usually apply. And
I got a
just go
buddy.
over it
He
again.
literally he's got a big like a tarantula, a tarantula,
Okay.
Ooh.
and he always covers it up when he's in the sun.
Yep.
Like always, he's like, no, it'll fade it out. I'm like, really? I had no idea. He goes, oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
like really bad.
It does, yeah. That's the whole so you're supposed to moisturize them as much as you possibly
Mhm.
can. Like they tell you to do that right when you get your tattoos, but after a while you kind of
Forget about it.
You forget over time, but as soon as the summer comes around, you need to make sure that they have like at least 2 layers on.
Oh yeah.
Because it doesn't like fade so bad, but instead of it looking like the darker to it, it'll kind of gray out a little bit.
Where's mine?
Yeah, one in there. There it is. Yes. I haven't seen that since the summer. There you go. There you go.
I got that 25 years ago this summer.
Hmm.
So it's faded a little bit. So you want to get it retouched? And I'm like, no, that was incredibly painful. That
All the
one.
kids know it says soup.
It says soup. Hey, that's all right. Love it.
Yeah. So anyway, so that I'm on a cruise.
Yeah.
Because I'm 21, I'm on a cruise with my partner at the time,
Lovely.
and we go to the Caribbean, and our first stop was in St. Martin. So we get off the boat and we're on the beach.
Great things.
It's really nice.
I need to go.
The beach is really nice, and we're on the beach all day. And I get back home like this, and that night I'm like, ooh, that's a little. Ooh,
What's happening?
this is a new feeling. Like, what's this thing? And it's like, oh yeah, it's okay. Well, we're further south, right? This is not Canadian. Said, okay, I guess I need to slather that thing on.
Yeah.
And it was like the first time in my life I ever had to SPF myself. I was like, ooh, I think I need to do something about this. I was really surprised. I didn't think it could burn.
Honestly, the friend that I went down south with, she's the same way, and she grew up with me. We grew up in the East Coast, so we were near the ocean and everything like that. But the thing is she doesn't burn. Like that's not something that happens to her. When we were down south, I was like, hey, like listen, this is a different type of sun down here. Like you're gonna burn. Nope, did not listen. The first day she was a little crispy. She got a little crispy, but the thing is after that she put on sunscreen every day. We brought aloe down with us. Like I had pretty well an entire pharmacy with me. Like we were good to go. I wasn't gonna screw around with that. But it was funny. Some people they genuinely like in the sun, like where we are, like they won't burn, but as soon as you're kind of like passing where like the equator and everything is, like it's different, right?
Yeah,
So,
it was like just like grabbing me by the hair, put me in an SPF dip.
yeah,
like,
no,
pull me
exactly.
out.
Honestly, that'd be so much easier for me.
Really?
Yeah, it'd be so much easier. Well, a lot of people also don't know that like you can actually burn a lot easier when it's like cloudy, like when there's overcast, right? Or like if you're in the water.
Yeah.
Well, it's like a magnifying glass, right? So that the one time that I did burn, I was drinking and I was playing not water polo, but just basically just in the water. We were playing volleyball, and I was in there for quite a while. And yeah, the top of me did burn a little bit, but other than that, that was the only burn I got in the trip. So I call it a win. I don't know.
Yep.
And it turned to a tan.
Wow.
So I just won't say that I got burned. Mom, if you're watching, sorry about that. I'm lying. I did not burn. I did not burn
No
once.
There was no burn.
There was absolutely no burn. Absolutely not.
We get the truth here.
All right, I'm gonna head out, guys.
gonna head out?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna go home. It's time for me to go have myself a beer as well.
Oh,
so
well,
I'm
enjoy.
gonna go do that.
Well, thanks for popping by.
Of course. I'll see you guys again.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Take
Bye,
care.
guys.
Thank you, Brian.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Oh,
Oh, she's just delightful. I love her.
I know. Well, it's like all the staff here are just wonderful. They're just great to hang out with too, you know. And bye.
Hey.
We like staff who work here. Once they get in here, if they've worked in another bar, they find that when they come here, they're like, "Oh, this is how you run a bar."
Yep.
Because the owner is here every day. He cares about his staff. He takes care of his staff. He's like engaged. You've met the owner a couple
Yeah,
of times. Like he's very engaged with his business. And, folks that have worked here who have worked in other places have said, I've never seen anything like this. I'm going, what? I've worked in a lot of bars too. I've never seen anything like this. And I've seen a lot of owners just treat it as a place to meet.
Yes. Yes.
It's just, they treat it like it's a Tinder.
To get some.
Yeah. It shouldn't be doing that. It's not good for anybody, really.
It's not playing the long game.
Well, definitely not. No, definitely not.
I like Kit Elaine remembers Brian Breyer from popping in before. But says, I have 0 tattoos. I have a severe aversion to pain, says woman who has birthed 5 children.
Well, that's the old joke, eh? Which hurts more, giving birth or a man getting kicked in the schnotz? And the schnells, the cojones. And oh, I think she lost her pen.
Whoops.
She comes back. It's right here. And the story goes, it's definitely worse for a man to get kicked in the testicles. And a woman says, I don't think that's true. Okay, let me break it down for you. You have a baby, and a year later, I want to have another baby. I get kicked in the testicles once. I never think, I think I'd like to get kicked in the testicles again. I never want that to happen to me ever again. That's why it's more painful.
It's pretty good logic.
I think so. Yeah, I certainly think so.
Oh man, yeah, Elaine. I think that word "pain" may not mean what you think.
They're completely different. Tattoos hurt worse than getting kicked in the testicles, though. I can guarantee you that. They hurt a lot, and the difference is, you get punched in the face or you stub your toe or something. It's pain is a 10 out of 10, but for a microsecond, and then it starts to dissipate. Whereas a tattoo, it hits 10 on the pain threshold and stays there for 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
There's no break.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, like, this was 15 minutes. And I was like, yeah, that's really painful. I had no idea it would hurt that much. And the guy goes, are you okay? I go, yeah, I'm fine, but it's just really painful. And when I was getting this, there was a young woman, actually kind of looked like Briar, sitting in the chair across or beside me. And I look over and she's getting a tattoo on her hip. She sits down and she's all smiles. And then the guy starts to go in and he's tattooing her. And she tried to really keep that smile going. I'm like, that's right on bone. That's gonna hurt a lot. And I look over and she's like, still trying to smile. I'm like, ooh, she's hurting now.
That was like that one time I went to get, when I tried that back epilation like this, and they got a little bit that was on the sides. It was like when they started on the big fleshy part of the back, and it's like, ooh, okay,
that's not so
bad. But it's like, that's not so bad, okay. And then she got that one little part where I had like a roll.
Mm-hmm.
She pulled the hair off the roll.
Jeez.
Are you okay? Yep.
Yeah,
That's okay.
Yeah,
just wasn't expecting that. I thought I had experienced the worst so far.
Mm-hmm.
Says, yeah, I figured I'd save that one for last. I was like, oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Rather than starting off like, nope. We'll stop it right now. I was like, I don't care if I got a patch there; it'll grow back.
It's gonna hurt, dude.
I've got no pride.
It's gonna be very painful. That's just how it works.
Beaver Sweet said, "What's that weird thing you've got going on? Just ignore that. It'll be okay in about 3 months."
That's it. We'll just leave it at that.
Let your brain complete the picture.
Yeah, that's all you need to.
So yeah. Now it's really weird because I always have vision of myself as being a little of a wuss when it comes to pain, but it turns out that's not actually the case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I get that.
But I'm as I keep on saying, I'm a big believer that suffering is optional. So. Why?
Well,
Let's do this. That looks like it'll really hurt, but it'll be fun. Why?
there's no need to put oneself through pain if one can avoid it. It's yeah. I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
It's like, I already know I'm not gonna like this. Oh, come on, try it. It'll be fun. No.
No, it's
Oh, come
not
on.
fun.
Don't be such a.
It's going to hurt.
I really know I'm not going to like this.
Well, that was the thing in Friends. Did it hurt? It was done with. Did you know they do this with needles? No, I thought it was licked on by kittens. Yes, I knew it was done with needles. That's not a tattoo. That's a tattoo.
Lick, press firm.
Not how it works. Not at all how it works.
Oh man, those were the days when that's how you got a tattoo.
Well, that's kind of still how they are, the temporary ones.
Yeah, the temporary ones.
Similar. They not exactly, but put it on your arm, put a wet compress on there, hold it for about a minute, and then slowly peel it off. And not the old school ones we had when we were kids would literally lick and stick and hold it.
Yeah.
An ink transfer, but those were just like a non. It literally was a type of ink,
Mm-hmm.
whereas the new ones are just like a latex-based design.
Mm-hmm. I like the henna stuff because it stays on your body for a while, but then just disappears.
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of cool. I've tried that a couple of times because it's one of those things with tattoos, right? You keep on thinking, like piercings. I've had a couple.
Mm-hmm.
I've had my ears. I've had my belly button. I've had my eyebrow up here, which I would still have, but I had to take it out to do a show. And on the very, 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 very last night, is when I took it out. Somebody came in to clean the dressing rooms before the show was done. And I'd put it right in the
And that was the end of it.
little thing. That was the end of it. And then kind of sort of like, I did have it pierced again one year, on around Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And then my beaver sweetie, if he's still listening, he'll remember this. It was Christmas Eve.
Mm-hmm.
And I was having a very, very severe bout of insomnia. I think I was on day 21 where I had slept fewer than 4 hours a night in a row. And the bead, I had the feeling when she cut the thing that it was a little close because there was some pain, but I thought, okay, well, she just pierced through some stuff, so there might be stuff that's a little swollen that will die down. But I was feeling some pressure against the end.
Mm.
But it had been 2, 3, 4 days that it was in, and all of a sudden I get up from one course of Christmas Eve dinner and going to pick up everything, and I hear a pop sound, and the little ball just went flying somewhere across.
What?
We never found it.
Oh.
Even when we moved and we cleaned up the whole place, we never found the little ball. It just went pop flying right off the roof.
Gone.
It was gone. And I haven't got back to have it done since. And I really like it, but I don't think you can get it back in the exact same spot because you have scar tissue, right? They always have to put a different spot.
Yeah.
And I kind of really, really liked it where it was. So, but tattoos I've never had. I've never thought of anything that I would, other than you, Beaver Sweetie, that I would want on my body for the rest of my life. So I could never.
I don't know what to say to that. I got nothing. I got nothing.
So yeah, I've never gotten one, but it's not been like a principal thing or whatnot. I've just like, and I've always thought that if I were going to get one, it would be like on the hip right here somewhere. So it was like you'd only see it if I want you to see it. It wouldn't be somewhere on my arm where
Right.
like, so nobody would know I had one unless I showed them, type thing. It would be just for me type thing if I ever did get one.
That.
But I can't think of anything. I really cannot.
There's one more I want to get, but I'm not in a big rush. It's like it just is what it is.
Okay, so totally random AV question. Working at home, it is easy to disturb other people in the house with speakers. So I'm thinking he's been wanting me to ask you this question for a while. The opportunities just arose. Yes.
There are directional speakers. They do exist. They're pinpoint. When you stand in the line of sight or line of fire, they're surprisingly loud. And when you step out, you can barely hear them. They're hard to get. They're more readily available today than they used to be. But I don't think it's available for consumers. I've never seen them available for consumers.
Okay.
I've installed them in the past where they're literally, you aim it, you point it, and if you step into its broadcast zone, it's wow, that's really loud, but not overpoweringly loud. It's just really clear and audible. And you step out and you barely hear it.
Okay.
They do make them, but I wouldn't even be able to tell you where to buy them. I have only installed them a couple of times, and I've never seen them since.
Okay.
But they do exist.
Because we were wondering about that in the house, so that when I was trying to, one thing, I'm trying to live outside of headphones as much as possible, and I was just trying to figure out, because when I'm in the office, just outside the door, this is where Alex's office is. So if I'm listening to stuff too loud, especially if that's the thing with both of us, is that we're both writers, so we both need some time to some quiet to concentrate every now and then.
Well, the product does exist, but I'm not sure where I would even go to get it, to be honest. It's just a flat panel. It doesn't look like a traditional loudspeaker because it's really pinpoint accurate, and it works well. You wouldn't be using them for listening to music at all.
Okay.
Speech, sure, but music, no. Not a lot of low frequency, but really, because bass is, to pinpoint where bass is coming from, your ear would need to be 10 foot long. So low frequencies just go everywhere. So these cut out those low frequencies so they can pinpoint it, right? So you wouldn't use them for listening to music. But with new line array systems, they can help to trim it down. But anyway, we're getting into some weird audio stuff here.
Okay.
The product exists. It can be purchased. I'm not sure where to get it. I could check with one of my suppliers.
All right. There you go, my love.
I hope that answers your question.
Kid Elaine, for quite a few years, I functioned on only 4 hours sleep. I do not know how. Because after 20 days, I was going insane. And my beaver sweetie can probably confirm it to you, because I had a couple of meltdowns where I broke down crying.
I do 6 hours, sometimes less, but 6 hours, more than that night. I can't sleep. I wake up. 6 hours is all I can function with. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
Why?
It's a shame, because I really love sleep.
6 hours is fine. More than that, and I'm kind of wasting my time, and I don't want to do that. I want to maximize my time on this earth. So some people want to sleep more than that. Some people need more than that. 6 is all I need.
Yeah. Well, I always wondered about that. My sweetie says, "You are still insane, but I love you." And that's the secret, kids. Compatible crazy.
Yes, compatible crazy.
Compatible crazy. We're both weird. Just that our weird fits.
Just fits.
I really can't imagine my life without him in it.
No doubt.
I really can't. He's just fantastic. He is my bundle of weirdness. He is my boo. I love you. I think
that was Romanian.
That was Romanian. Yes. Oh. He's taught me well.
Oh, fair point. Imagine.
Not enough though. I'd like to know more. But I'm at the point that when I go to family gatherings, like every now and then, or if he's speaking on the phone, because sometimes if he's not on speaker, I only hear his side of the conversation. It's sort of like, okay, you were talking about plans to go and visit for Christmas and something about the car. That's what I got from the last 30 minutes, right? He said, yeah. It's like, okay.
Slowly picking it up.
I love it when he says that. Don't be saying it like it's a bad thing.
Well, to each their own.
To each their own. Yes. We have our own little freaky world, and it works.
Whatever works, man. Whatever
hey,
works.
We ain't harming nobody.
Exactly. La-di-da-di, we like to party.
Ah, yes. Oh, what's that? That's not la-di-da-di. We like to party. Don't hurt nobody.
We don't hurt nobody.
Ah! What song is that from?
I can't remember.
Oh, Just Got Paid. just got paid. Megan Trainor and
No. That's no.
yes, Megan Trainor and Ella Air featuring Segala. It's part of the rap. French Montana does the rap. It goes la di da di. We like to party.
Yeah,
Da,
but
da, da,
that
don't bother
lyric,
nobody.
that lyric is like 35 years old.
Okay.
That's from an old song.
Oh yes. Okay,
that's what I don't know the Megan Trainor version.
Okay, it's really, really good song. You know, we need to do something one day because you like music and I like music.
Yeah.
Because we need to do this thing like where we like just maybe it's like a new podcast or like you pick like 2 or 3 songs that you think I may not have heard. This and I pick 2 or 3 that I think you may not have heard, whatnot like this, and then we sort of like just like introduce them to each other and like gab.
The problem with that is we could only do it on Mixcloud because of the licensing issue.
Right.
We couldn't do it here. Couldn't do it on YouTube.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah, that's
I wonder how they do those reaction things on YouTube though.
Oh, they usually get taken down. They oftentimes get taken down.
Really?
Yeah. And the individuals who do them will say, "I hope this doesn't get taken down." They often do.
Okay.
Yeah. So they stay up for a bit. Sometimes they'll leave them up because if they get enough hits, it's still the artist is getting the exposure.
Promotion,
Promote. But it all, if it's not licensed, they'll get mad and want to get paid. And I'm like, well, you just, if the person had 1 million views, they're getting paid. Ask for your licensing fee, and then keep it up. It's not difficult,
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I find some of those are really fascinating to watch, though. When you see. The one that killed me was when this young couple were listening to the Righteous Brothers, "You've Lost That Loving Feeling."
Mm-hmm.
They go, "Oh, I think I've heard this song before," and then it showed them live, and it starts with a black, and then the camera pans in, and because it was like done live on, I'll say the Ed Sullivan Show or something like that, and then it pans in, and the spotlight hits each one of the guys, and they're like, "Oh, they're white." I'm like, you mean that wasn't obvious from the get-go? I'm like, really? Huh. I always knew they were, but then again, because I always knew they were, so maybe,
right.
In my mind's eye, I didn't see it any other way. But
I had heard back in the day that when Madonna had her first 2 hits, nobody had seen her in video yet. Some people thought that she was black. It was like that never occurred to me at all.
No, there's not a lot of soul there.
No.
Like,
I thought that very surprising too. It's like, really?
Yeah.
Like, that wasn't obvious to you?
Yeah, I don't yeah. I don't hear that at all. Weird. Huh.
Yeah. Nope. Oh man. But yeah. I like I just I forgot what I was gonna say.
I don't know.
It just like popped in and went right out.
It happens.
We're talking about music, we're talking about I've lost it.
Oh well.
Oh well.
What can you do?
I've it's something I've been meaning to do. I haven't done it yet, and I can't believe it because the song came out, but I've just been so busy. It's because I've got I've got tickets to some upcoming concerts actually.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Yes, I've decided to treat myself. I think I mentioned them previously. I've got tickets for Depeche Mode concert coming up in April in Quebec City, and their newest album just came out. And something on my phone, I just remember like listen to like their newest song. It just came out that day, and I had saved it and put it aside on that very day, and it's been a week now.
That's funny.
I flagged it. I just saw it this morning, so I'm looking forward to listening to that. And then out of the blue, a girlfriend of mine, Erin, I believe I talked about her on the show a couple of times because we've done some theater together, and we really hit it off. We've become good friends. But she called me out of the blue and she said, Madonna's going on tour. I said, do you want to go? And I never, it's one of those things. I was such a bookworm when I was a kid that I never did the guys thing or the girls thing type trips.
Oh, really?
Right. So I never did like, the weekend ski trip in university where you all went. Or like the sort of like the group of kids from like last year high school, first university getting together and all going to Cancun for reading week or something.
I never did that.
Never did any of that. So a few years ago, a group of us, we were 5. And that's where I met Pete, actually. Went to Las Vegas.
Oh, Vegas.
It was for my good friend Paul's birthday. And we did.
Wasn't me.
No, it wasn't you. Yes. I have a lot of Pauls in my life.
Apparently.
All of a sudden.
Apparently.
Yeah, I've got like 3 that I like that I really, really, really very much love
Wow.
and consider like family. But so yeah, we took this trip and it was great. And then she called me out of the blue and says, "This is like a bunch of the girls are going." And it's like, listen, I love being considered part of the boys because it's very rare for me like this. But I also love being considered one of the girls. That happens to me often enough, right? Because this like three women can go together and says we need 4 more for the hotel room, like call me, and like everybody knows they're going to be safe, right? So it's going to be great. I respect women very much and all that kind of stuff. But so there's a group of us, at least 3. We're going to Montreal to see Madonna, August 19th, and I don't know if I should have done this, but I let them choose the tickets. So it's the most I've ever paid for a concert ticket in my entire life.
$300 ish.
Yeah. And I splurged when I got the Depeche Mode one when I bought one for $109. Right? It's like, okay, for the first time, I've seen them 3 times in concert. I know I'm getting a good deal. You're like, this, okay, I'm not going to do the complete nosebleeds. I'm going to do 1 level down. Right. Over nosebleeds this time. I'm going to treat myself. So we got these ones. I hope you don't mind. It's like, okay,
that's a mortgage payment.
Right. So we're gonna have to get a hotel for a day. But you know what? This one is one of those things. You use your money to buy experiences.
Yeah,
it's gonna be one of those things. So I'm very, very excited. Since her album that had the songs like Hollywood and Candy Shop and Celebration and stuff like that, I'm not quite familiar with what she's actually put out in the last maybe 6 or 7 years.
I don't know. I saw the photo of her that went around from the Grammys.
Yes.
And I was kind of like, I don't know. Someone's like, "What do you think about it?" I go, "I don't really think about it. It just kind of freaked me out a little bit."
It was.
I didn't recognize her.
I did not recognize her from the photo, and I'm not sure if she is having work done.
I don't care.
Not.
It's her face, her body. She can do whatever she wants.
And she's ridiculously fit to start with. But career-wise, she's always trying to improve and doing stuff. She doesn't have to learn to play instruments at this stage in her career, but she is and stuff. And collaborating with people from different parts of the world and stuff. So then you every now and then you see sometimes on Twitter, especially like during the COVID thing, some videos that were a little erratic, odd, or weird.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that.
Yeah, so not exactly sure what's going on specifically, but she puts on a hell of a good show. There's no doubt about that.
I've never seen her perform live.
It's really something.
I'm like, yeah, I suppose. I've
only seen her once in concert, believe it or not, and it was all the way up her Confessions on a Dance Floor album, where she had the Hung Up song that sampled the album The Visitors, I believe.
I don't even remember that.
Oh, okay. Oh my God, yeah, Hung Up. Every little thing that you say and do, I'm hung up.
Oh, right, yeah.
Hung up on you. Right. Like this. She had like several silver hits off that one. It was like a very much dance-oriented album. And I saw her in all places. I happened to be visiting some friends in San Jose, and she was going to be there at the same time. So all my life I'd been trying to see Madonna, like since the 80s. And it wasn't like somewhere well into the 2000s while I happened to be on vacation in San Jose.
Right.
Because she was so big. She's one of those people. Oh yeah, Madonna's touring Canada. She's in Vancouver and Montreal, or Toronto and Montreal only, and that's it. So it's not like she's ever come to Ottawa.
Yeah.
Right.
She has.
She has come to Ottawa.
She's played Ottawa a few times.
Oh, now maybe yes, but in the first years, right?
No, not in the early years.
Yeah. There's some artists that are so big that they don't end up coming to Ottawa until like they're in the latter part of their career. So I'd never been there. I guess I would finally tick it off the list.
Well, you got to remember at one point in time that the city didn't have a proper sized venue to stage an event of that magnitude, number one, and number two, that the population base didn't support it. But now that's all out the window. Right. Ottawa Gatineau's 1.5 million people. You got a rink that can put up to, I think for a concert they can put up to 20,000.
Wow.
Okay. So it's 19,000 and change at standing room for a hockey game. So you put floor seats, and
right.
You can put a lot of people in there. And then of course there's Blues Fest where you can get thousands of people set up for that. So it's, Blues Fest helped put Ottawa on the concert map in a weird way. Because,
well, it's one of the biggest blues fests in North America. Is it the
it's one of
second
the biggest,
largest?
Well, it's not blues, but
Music
it's,
festivals.
thank you. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. It's one of the largest in North America, one of the longest running in North America. Coachella is bigger, but that's a ton of corporate dollars, right?
Yes.
And, it's out in the desert in California. Whereas this is just something that one guy started. And
But I
just
think
built.
of all the ones that market themselves as blues fests, I mean, ours is
Oh, it's by
obviously
far the
larger.
largest,
It's the second largest. I think the only the one in Memphis is bigger.
Yeah, for blues, but it's not.
But it's not strictly 100% blues.
No,
It hasn't been for a while.
Hasn't been for a long time. They still have big blues artists. They still have blues artists. They still have, stuff where they feature stuff in clubs and that. But it's not truly Blues Fest anymore. It's Blues Fest in name.
Yeah. You know what the thing that I always thought was interesting is because it's like you see Blues Fest and it's okay, Duran's coming or Pink is coming, and I always thought for the longest time this, but it's not the case. This, but I was always thinking, oh, wow, I didn't know they were into the blues and they're going to come and do blues versions of their songs or something, right? Like I thought that they would fit into the format, but no, it's just.
No.
Just to draw to because you got to keep some money to going because I'm guessing the blues on its own is not profitable enough.
It's not. It's like jazz. Look, Jazz Fest makes money here because they have big sponsorships, but it's a small venue, right?
Yeah.
You're not bringing in as many people. Number one, and number two, it has a lot of corporate sponsorships, and they do get some artists that are not necessarily jazz per se to sort of highlight it, but they still try and stick with strictly jazz for the most part, and it turns a profit, but it gets grants, it gets corporate money, and you have a lot of older corp people that love jazz that will contribute to it. But like my jazz show will never make a penny for me. I know that. I'll never make money at it. I get that. I'm fine with it. I do it because I love it. Jazz is not a money maker. Now, a jazz artist can make money, and it's not about record sales today. It's about playing live, right? But you can make money as a jazz artist, but you're not gonna. There's only a few that will sell out a big venue, right? Now in North America,
the Diana crawls are few and far between.
Yes, and I'm talking North America alone. Yeah. Now you can go to Europe, where it's a different story. Yeah. Denmark, throughout France, Denmark, Germany, you'll earn a very good living as a jazz artist. Scandinavia, all of Scandinavia for that matter, they love jazz there, and support it, and will even buy records, believe it or not. But in North America, it's just a different story altogether. So.
I like the Ottawa Jazz Fest too because the venues are much more intimate, and because when you get a jazz festival, people basically there's a circuit and people tour the circuit. So because there's Toronto and Montreal, we often end up getting artists that we wouldn't have for a city of our size. Yeah. But you get to see them in a much more intimate vintage. Like this, they're artists. They play the Montreal Jazz Festival like this, and you're like 6 blocks down on the street seeing them like this tiny on the street. Like this,
you're looking up at the monitor,
and 2 days later they're in Ottawa and you're in a lawn chair like 60 feet away from them. Yeah. Right. Shh, we don't. It's one of the world's best kept secrets.
I know.
Way.
Well, and I've met people who've come here from Montreal specifically for Jazz Fest who have said the reason they come to the Ottawa Jazz Fest is because Ottawa Jazz Fest is a jazz fest.
Yes, it is.
Right.
Much more.
Whereas Montreal's Jazz Fest is kind of like Blues Fest now.
Yeah. Much more. The jazz in Ottawa is still expensive. There's still some music and other stuff and more jazzy blues and other things.
But heart and soul,
sometimes touching a gospel, but there's always jazz.
The heart and soul is jazz, and usually their biggest artists are big jazz artists. Yes. Right?
Yeah, and we get good artists.
Oh yeah. Well, I went to a few shows ouch, that hurt. I went to a few shows last year and it was great. It was awesome. Yeah. Yeah. I go every year because jazz guy, right? So yeah, it's a good time. It's a good time. I always enjoy going.
Yeah, I got that from my mom. Mom loved jazz. Yeah. I'd say if there were my mom had 2 breasts and one was jazz and blues and the other one was country like this, and I was weaned on both, right? It was just but there was always music, always music.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, so it's like jazz, but it's true. It's jazz, blues, soul, Reverend Al Green, Barry White, Isaac Hayes, the Bee Gees.
Well, my brother-in-law's name is Rick James, and his best friend, who was his best man at his wedding, is Barry White.
Really, Rick James and Barry White.
Yeah, 2 white guys too, by the way. Good guys. Good. Rick James and Barry White. I can't make this shit up. I'm dead serious.
Yeah.
Good guys too. Good guys. Yeah.
People, a lot of people disappointed when they show up on stage.
Well, and they're both too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But
How cool is that?
Yeah. Well, and my brother-in-law, anytime he texts me, is like, "It's Rick James, bitch." Like, yeah. And my sister, when she got married, she took his surname, which, cool, whatever. But she's like, "Yeah, my name is Jennifer James." She goes, "Yeah, it's a porn star's name. I know. I realize that."
Jennifer James?
Jennifer James kind of sounds like a porn star.
Oh, okay.
So somebody popped in there for a sec, but they didn't have their I was going to bring them on, but there's no cameras. So, if you want to come back, you're welcome to join, but there was no camera there. Hey, Mary Lou, how you doing? You should join us. I'll send you the link if you want. I'll just paste it right here in the thing if you want to join us. Where'd the thing go? It's not what I pressed the wrong button. That happens sometimes. I'm old and tired, so here we go. And I'll just paste this right here. I don't know if that'll show up on my Facebook or not. It may not. Anyway, no, it doesn't show up on Facebook. It's Twitch and YouTube it shows up on.
All right.
So, yeah, that won't work. I'll see if I can paste it from, I think I have it here. I can paste it from, hang on a second here. I'll just send her a message if she wants to join.
All right. So yes, we're seeing from the kits here, Elaine trying to quit smoking, which is not an easy task.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. It's quite difficult, I'm told. I've never smoked, so I honestly, I have no frame of reference, but I'm told it's it's a difficult thing.
From what I could be able to tell, it seems to be going well. She had a plan, and it seems to be working to sort of gradually wean herself off.
Well, 1 cigarette a day, I think, is what she's currently up to.
I believe so, yes. Yeah. So that's good.
Good for you. Good for you. Yeah, good on you. Well done.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep being awesome there. So let us know how you're doing. That's what we want to know, because if you're recovering well and all that good stuff. Right? Thinking about you. Let's see. I've been down to 1 cigarette per day for a while. Okay. That's good. That's good. I like it when I like encouraging people when they take some time to choose themselves.
Agreed.
Right?
Agreed.
Because it's not always the easiest decision.
No.
Right? And it's always easy to have but I got this to do first, and this to do first, and this to do first. And it's like, no, stop that stuff and choose you. Right?
Agreed.
There'll be time for that stuff. So, good stuff.
So, Mary Lou, if you're still watching, I sent you the link on Messenger if you want to join. Feel free. You're welcome to join us anytime you choose.
Once my bag of smokes is empty, I am done, says Elaine.
Well, good for you, Elaine. It's I know it's, again, I'm told it's a tough habit to quit because it's physically addictive, right? And apparently nicotine gives you a rush. I've never smoked anything. I'm allergic to it all, so, But once you quit, and I'm told that if you were a heavy smoker, you should not quit cold turkey. Because it's like alcohol. If you're a raging alcoholic, you cannot go instantly dry because it'll kill you. I don't know if the lack of nicotine will kill you, but it will probably severely affect your life. So I've been told that you should wean slowly off of it. But I'm not a doctor, nor do I play one on television. I don't know what just happened there. Some getting weird imaging.
I wish somebody would come back. I'm getting a little hungry.
Oh, are you? Yeah. Well, you can go and just wave somebody down if you want.
It's been a while since my Cheerios.
I'm not hungry at all, actually. Just when I get tired, I don't get hungry. I just, that's how it goes sometimes, when you're mellow. Very mellow today. Very mellow. Mellow yellow today.
Have you ever been mellow?
What? I am.
Little Olivia Newton-John for you today.
Oh, was that what that was?
Yes.
I had no idea.
She was my first celebrity crush, eh?
Really?
Yeah, well, I was 5 when Grease came out.
Oh, yeah. I forget I'm a few years older than you.
Yeah, so like Sandy.
Was Grease 78 or 79?
78.
Yeah, I was 10.
Yeah, when she came out in that ponytail, I was like,
Oh,
oh,
yeah, yeah,
she's
yeah.
so sweet.
We were all crushing on her big time.
Uh,
And I remember going to see Grease in the theater, and I'm thinking, don't know if that was appropriate for a 10-year-old at the time.
it
but
was so not.
a lot of the jokes went completely over my head, right? So much of it would have gone straight over my head at the time, and I didn't get it till later. So it was kind of funny when I think about it now. I'm like, ooh, that was not appropriate. Different times, though.
Mhm.
The 70s.
There were things that were inappropriate, but you know what? I noticed after the fact. It's because I keep on looking at the movie and it's like, oh my god, like all the changes she made for him. And it's like I went to see a High School Musical version of it,
Mhm.
and it's like, oh yeah, I forgot he tried to change for her though too.
Yeah, he did.
I guess when he
Yeah.
did the track thing,
Yeah,
and all that
yeah.
kind of stuff. So it's like it wasn't all one sided.
No. But when you watch somebody quoted, because Michelle Pfeiffer was in Grease too.
Everybody hated that movie.
Yeah.
It was really okay. The storyline was really cheesy, but I
Yeah.
actually liked her, and I actually liked the
I
songs.
liked her in the movie, yeah, and the song where she breaks out into Cool Rider.
Right?
Well, I was reading a thing the other day, and a woman said, "Look, here's the difference between her and Sandy. She knew what she wanted, and she wasn't going to give up anything to get it.
Right.
She's like, she had her goal. This is what I want, and I'm going for it." And the comment was, I think a lot of people didn't appreciate that at the time, and I'm like, I guess, but it was also not a very good movie.
No, it also wasn't a very good movie. I was so excited when I heard it was going to come out too, because I loved Grease. And Grease, like up until The Color Purple came out, Grease was my favorite movie of all time.
Wow.
And it's still my second favorite. But it's the movie I've seen most often. It was like, oh my god, they finally made a Grease too, and I was down for it, like so down for it. And
Then
I
you
got into
saw
the
it.
movie like this, and they held the whole back to school number, which was really good.
Mm-hmm.
It started out really good,
Went downhill rapidly.
and then it was like, oh. I did like the song.
Let's do it for our country. Yeah, I saw the movie years ago.
Reproduction, baby, give it to me now.
It was a bad movie, but Michelle Pfeiffer was quite beautiful in it.
Yeah.
And,
But I mean, if you like
was
to me, it's one of those so bad it's good now.
I guess was that was,
It was so campy.
Was that her first starring role?
It was her first starring role. Apparently,
Yeah.
she's embarrassed by it from the movie too.
Well, I can understand why. It's a terrible film. You know?
It's not that bad. I mean, it's not
Yeah,
great.
when
but
was
it's
the last
not
time you
that
watched
bad.
it?
It's been a while.
Yeah, trust me. Watch it again. You'll have a difference of opinion. It's like the movie Purple Rain.
Mr. Mucci, oh my god.
Purple Rain. Have you watched Purple Rain recently?
Yes, we did, and it is not as good as I remembered it.
Terrible movie.
When Prince passed away, this
Mhm.
actually got my Beaver Sweetie, because again, it was one of those cultural reference things. Okay,
Yeah.
you need to see this, right?
Yeah.
Like this, he was like
And I'm
nominated
sh-
for Oscars.
I'm sure he's
and it was-
going like, why was that
and-
nominated for anything? It's a terrible movie.
It's a terrible movie.
It's just a long form video is all it is. It's a terrible movie. Some scenes you could tell they did in one take. The acting is paper thin. The story is non-existent. It's a terrible movie.
It's a terrible movie.
And when he died, a buddy of mine says, "Yeah, I think my wife and I are going to rewatch Purple Rain. We haven't seen it in 20." I said, "Don't watch it." He goes, "Why?" I go, "I just rewatched it recently because I have it on Blu-ray. I watched it recently. This is prior to him passing away."
Mm.
And somebody goes, "Really?" And I go, "Yeah, I just decided to throw it on one day because I bought it in one of those. You're walking through a Walmart or something, and you find the bin of
yes.
the $5.
Yes.
I'm like, oh yeah, Purple Rain. Yeah, I'll grab that. So, and then I hung on to it for a few years before I finally sat down and watched it. And I went, oh, that's I don't remember it being that terrible. And then my buddy, I told him, I said, trust me, if you watch it, you're gonna hate it. So sure enough, because we're not gonna watch it. We're not. Then finally they ended up watching it. And he's like, I really should have listened to you, dude. He goes, I can't hear those songs again in the same way. I go, I know it took me a little bit to get over it too, because it's a bad movie. It's a bad movie. But the music,
I was shocked at how bad it was.
the music is brilliant.
I thought I was making everybody discover, my friend Deborah, and discover something like this piece of like art, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess back then we thought it was good.
We didn't, it's
well, because movies are in their time too, right? So
yes, but even if you take that element out of it, it's still a terrible movie. There's like no story, really.
Really, yeah.
It's paper thin.
Yep.
You have some big name actors in there, but they don't get much screen time. It was just a bad movie. It was a long form video, is all it was.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Great music, brilliant record from start to finish.
Mm-hmm.
The live stage performances were actually, so the stuff you see in the film was recorded live for the film.
Mm-hmm.
They are live performances.
Yeah.
That's how they made the record.
Okay.
He didn't go into the studio. They recorded that live. They had
Okay.
a recording truck outside and did the whole thing. So what you see on screen is what they actually did. So from that perspective, amazing. But it's only the concert footage that's worth watching. Everything else is not worth watching at all.
Something Morse and the Time. Their two numbers are pretty good. Yeah. But yeah, I hear. Christian Larocque, salut mes chums, mon chum, salut mon pote, comment vas-tu? Merci de nous avoir joints. Thank you for joining us. Elaine Sharp, it's not that bad. It's like saying Little Shop of Horrors is on par with Rocky Horror Picture Show.
and Linda's right. We all have these bad movies we love to watch anyway. Look, one of my favorite movies in the world, and I watch it every year at Christmas, is Love Actually. And I've said, look, I get that. He's going to order some food.
Yes, please.
I get that there's a lot of issues with the plot and the storyline, but that's how it is. I need a coffee.
I respect that.
Yeah, I'm really tired.
Maybe, milk, cream,
No, just black, like my heart.
Okay.
Thanks.
The Chipotle chicken burger on a gluten-free bun, please.
Sure.
What are my choices?
Fries, salad, soup.
I'll do fries with the Chipotle mayo.
Yeah.
Right.
Cool.
If I could have 2 Chipotle mayos, that'd be great.
Sure. And are you okay drink-wise?
Another one, please.
Another?
Yeah, thanks.
I would love to join you in a beer, but I don't. No, I don't think so.
Not feeling it?
No, I'm resisting temptation.
Yes.
I'm really feeling it. I'm just choosing not to.
Gotcha. Am I being a bad influence?
No, not at all. Not the least bit.
Okay, so sorry, you were talking about a movie.
Yeah, well, just how Love Actually has a lot of problems with the story, but only in it. Not that it's a paper thin story, nothing like that. The acting is good, the direction's good. It's a very well made film,
Very well written,
very well written film. The issues are the whole trying to have an affair with her boss, and Colin what's his name?
Colin Firth.
Thank you.
Okay.
He basically falls in love with his housekeeper, which is like a subordinate. There's a big age difference. Like, I get all of the detractors,
It's like,
and I don't question any of it. I thank you. I get that there's a lot of sexism in the film too.
thank you.
And it's 20 years old.
Right.
So I get all of that, but I still love the movie. I still love the movie because it makes me happy.
My so bad it's good movie is Jawbreaker.
And this comment from Rhiannon is Love Actually is very similar to real life, and that's why it makes people uncomfortable. And
Right.
you're right. And Richard Curtis has said the one regret he has for the film, he's the writer and director, the one regret was how homogenized it was. He said there was only one black character in the whole film, and he says, and that's not a good snapshot of what modern London looks like. And he says, and he regretted that he had such a whitewashed cast. And people asked him about, well, what about this? He goes, no, that stuff happens in real life. So no, I wouldn't change certain elements of the film because it is real life. It may be wrong, but it happens. So yeah, there you go.
As we've recently seen.
Yes. John Tory.
Yes.
That's as political as we get.
Love Actually too.
Yeah.
starring. No, me, it was Jawbreaker. My movie that was so bad it was so bad it was good. It had has Rose McGowan and Judy Greer.
Oops.
And
Oh, I love Judy Greer.
Yeah,
She's great.
and it's, Heathers,
Yeah.
right? So it's sort of like that. There's like three girls, and they're all hip and they're all cool, and there's one girl that's not as cool, and it's three girls that are hip and cool, and they're not the nicest girls, and they end up some accidentally killing the fourth in their group. Jawbreaker.
Yeah. See, I know the film, but I don't think I've ever watched
Marilyn
it.
Manson's in it too. Has a cameo in it for the time when Rose McGowan and were dating.
I do know the film, but I don't think I've ever seen it.
So it's like it's bad, but I have a feeling that it was intentionally bad.
Mhm.
Like there are lines, right? Like what's your name? Violet. Learn it, live it, love it. It's just like it's like oh god, this is so bad. Yeah, because I keep on thinking like that scene in Heather's too, like this where she pushes him. What's your damage, Heather? Right? Like, there are just some lines that are classic out of it.
Getting some notes here that the audio is. Oh, I know what the problem is. Hang on. Just a second. I'll fix it here. Oops. Almost spilled my coffee on that.
Oh my, that would not be good.
No, that would be bad. That would be really bad. No, it's they're getting some audio issues. And I'm like, oh, that's because the battery is dying. Battery to charge my phone because it's. And I noticed that my signal's a little bit low, but how's that? Is that a little bit better? Is that better, or if we still have the same problem? Let me just check it here on the live feed through, because we can monitor what you guys see, but this is from the software that we use broadcast with, so I don't know if it's going to be the same. Let me just check this here, and
Oh, better. Yeah. Yes, it's better. There we go.
oh, okay. Good.
Oh, we have Kit, Bitch, and Bob. That seems to be a new name for us. I don't remember that. Welcome.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the feedback. We appreciate it.
It's good to know.
Yeah. So it's so yeah. I always wondered on that one whether or not they purposely tried to do it that way. So bad it's so good. Former. Oh, okay.
Well,
Yes.
it's to be expected.
Former U.S. President Jimmy Carter under hospice care at home. Carter, 98, had a series of hospital stays before moving into hospice, his charity said. Oh, darn.
He's 98.
Yes.
So, look, Jimmy Carter's a good man. We're not getting into politics. He was a president, and he's a good man. We're not going to talk politics, but he's a good man.
Yeah.
Period.
Habitat for Humanity.
He's
right?
done a ton of work.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for the kids watching, Jimmy Carter is in hospice care, which means he's probably not going to be with us for a whole lot longer. He is 98 years old.
Yeah.
And he's had some health issues in the last few years. So,
Sorry, I'm going to make a political joke.
go ahead.
And then they'll find some documents in his
It's a
office.
joke. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's a good one. It's a good one. My mouth was open. I gotta go see a man about a horse.
Oh,
I'll be right back. shortly.
Pete, there you are, my good friend. How are you, sweetie?
Hey, good day, mate.
Good day, mate. Alex is on the chat too, if you haven't seen. So it's lovely to see you, my friend. Yes, everybody say hello to Pete. Say good morning to Pete. Chiming in from Melbourne, Australia, and he does a lot of our graphics and our visuals and makes us look professional and spiffy and playful at the same time. So if you're buying any of our merch, except for our Mr. Grizzly's Civics tee, he's the one that's done the artwork on it. So he's a very, very talented man. And I believe that he has made an offer. One person has taken up on it, but one other person, if you happen to need a logo or something for anything that you're working on, he's offering his services free to one more person who might be able to use them, unless somebody's already snagged them up. Pete will be able to let us know about that. So there you go. And Kits, if you have any movies that you enjoyed that are so good that so bad that they're good, or any misheard lyrics from songs, that you have heard in the past that you've then found out after were not, and provoked a little giggle. Please, 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 please do let us know. We want to share them and have a giggle with you. And yes, Pete confirms, yes, one more logo is available. So there you go. If you have a little business or something and you think that having some snazzy communications collaterals, as we call them in the business, will help you out, well then, Pete's here to help you out. There you go, because he's just a good guy. Yeah, and that's part of the reason why we're friends, because good souls recognize each other, right, my friend? That's probably a good reason also why my beaver sweetie and I are together, because he is basically love on two legs. They're basically both love on two legs. They're very, very good people. I tend to attract people who are very sweet. So is Paul, despite all the grumpiness. He might not allow me to say that in public. That's why I do it when he's not around and say it behind his back. He's a total sweetie. Let's see. We have Kit Christian say, I once met a dude who thought caught beneath the landslide was carpeting the landslide in Champagne Supernova. Carpeting the landslide.
Carpeting the landslide.
That Champagne Supernova in
Sure.
the sky.
Why not?
Deep Blue Sea is another movie. Yes, that one is terrible, but good, especially when Samuel Jackson gets it.
Open condom style.
Yes, yes, yes. Open condom style. I always thought it was banging condom style. Banging condom style. I thought it was like a pro safe sex song.
Well, I can hear that. Yeah.
Banging condom style.
Open Gangnam Style. Now I'm gonna have that song in my head for the rest of the day. Way to go, Psy.
Open condom style. Those are the condoms that you use when you still want to have a baby, but still pretend that you're
broken condom style.
Oops.
Yeah, exactly.
Oops. My misheard lyric was Jason Waterfalls. Don't go, Jason Waterfalls. Why are they talking about lakes and rivers?
Well, for me, the one that when my buddy pointed it out to me, I went, "Oh wow!" I always thought he was saying something else, and it was the lyric from "Loser" by Beck.
Yes.
Yo so pendador.
Yo so pendador.
It's Spanish, but its Spanish is bad. I thought he was saying, "Yo, open the door. I'm a loser, baby." That doesn't what open the door. I like that. I thought that was a stupid lyric, and then when I found out he was saying "Yo soy pendador," I'm like, oh, I still don't know what it means, but I guess it makes more sense than "Yo open the door."
Oh my God, Kit Linda M. They made a sequel to Deep Blue Sea. It was even worse with little baby sharks.
I saw it. It's terrible.
I
it's really bad. But I think it's kind of done like Sharknado. Okay. I think it's like a cheese ball, intentionally. At least I thought it was intentional. Maybe it wasn't.
Oh man! And then Lake Placid too. Okay, I liked that one.
Yeah, that was Betty White.
Then she potty mouth, antisocial Betty White. Yeah. Give me that every day.
I'm cheering for the alligator. Was it an alligator?
I think so. Crocodile or alligator, one of the two. I'm not sure. I think it was an alligator.
It would have been a gator in North America, but I what was the other? Well, no, Piranha was a different film.
Yes. Yeah. Vertical Limit. Oh, that was dumb.
Which Vertical Limit? What movie was that about? Was that?
Was that? No. Wait. There's Terminal Velocity and Vertical. Vertical Limit was the one they were climbing, right? Came out around the same time as Cliffhanger.
Oh yeah,
Cliffhanger was really good. I liked that.
And what's your name? It was a brother and sister in Vertical Limit.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Vertical Limit. Anaconda.
That was a terrible movie. That was
bad too.
God, that movie was so bad.
It's because he didn't have buns, son.
Well, that's what it was.
My anaconda don't want none.
If you ain't buzz, son. Oh, look at that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. There you go, Christian.
He's got the food. That's the platter.
All the people who were talking about, ooh, I'm hungry. I want pub food now. Here they are.
No,
like
that's
So there you
That's
go.
a-
So you can share.
that's a good hungry platter right there.
Just grab your portion.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
There you go. Now you got yours. Sharing is caring. There you go.
Yeah, Chris O'Donnell, Vertical Limit. Yeah, and his sister, she was the one on that. She was that FBI agent on that show with the Australian fella who was a magician, con man. What the hell is the name of that show? Red John was the guy they were always chasing. Simon, what's his name?
I don't think I know that one.
Anyway, yeah, it was on for a number of years.
Chris Hanger got Cassiano. I actually liked that one. I liked John Lithgow in that one. I like John Lithgow when he plays a bad guy.
Yeah. It's hard. It's like, because he still has the same John Lithgow voice. It was hard for me to see him as an evil guy, because
Right.
I'm still thinking like, no, he's the preacher father from Footloose.
Well, but he was the bad guy in that one. That was the first movie I'd ever seen him in, so I'm used to seeing him as the bad guy. So when he was doing Third Rock, it was weird for me, right?
But the bad guy in Footloose was not a bad guy. He was
misguided.
Yeah, he was the anti-hero.
Anti-hero, yes. As Taylor Swift would say.
Robin Tunney, thank you. Robin
Yes.
Tunney, that's who it was, with Chris O'Donnell.
In Vertical Limit, yeah.
The movie was cheesy, but I enjoyed it.
Yes.
Chris O'Donnell kind of disappeared.
No, he's on one of the CSIs, isn't he?
Oh no, sorry, not
With
Chris
LL Cool
O'Donnell.
J?
That's not who I was thinking of. I'm thinking of
NSCIs. Sorry.
NSI.
NSIC.
I'm thinking not Chris O'Donnell, but what's the other character there? He did a bunch of movies. He did. I think he was in Pearl Harbor. Young fella at the time. He did a whole bunch of movies, then he just completely disappeared. And I think he's back now, but he was gone for like a decade at least.
Okay.
Was he in Lucky Number 11? And I can see his face. I can't think of his name. Josh. There you go.
Oh yeah. I wonder what happened too. Yeah,
he completely disappeared for a bunch of years. Yeah.
He had that shoveled bedhead thing all the
Yeah,
time. I remember from the Halloween movie.
Yeah, like this. They called it the Justin Bieber swoop when Justin Bieber first came in. He had that sort of.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and he did disappear. That's a lot. That is a lot of food. Peter Pete goes, he likes big grub, but he cannot lie. These French fries are connected now.
Yeah, the portions here are very, very large. They don't cheap out on the food here. They don't cheap out on anything here, truth be told. But yeah,
taste that healthy bun.
Oh my gosh!
Baby got back bacon. Boom.
Okay, whatever you say.
Whatever you see.
I'm Gordon McKenzie, and this is my brother Doug.
Good day. Just having some fries, eh?
Oh yeah, we gotta have the French fries there. French, you like them French fried potatoes? I like French fries. You got mustard for them French fried potatoes? Sling Blade,
yes.
Billy Bob.
And you got the beer, eh? It's good with the French fries.
Oh yeah,
like this. And of course, there's nothing better than when you like dip your French fry in the beer, eh?
Yeah, a 3-day drive.
It's like hot and bubbly.
Plate of grub. Well, Rihanna, I don't know, 3 days, because I can drive to Miramichi in 10 hours. Now I do realize where you are, Lockport's a little bit further than that, of course. Probably do it in one long drive, but then again, yeah. There's always something to do. Yeah, that's you've seen those two fellas, have you, Pete? Those guys are hilarious. Oh, there's always something to do. I'm what's his name? Larry? What is it? I'm Larry. He's Larry behind the camera. There's always something to do. Two fellas from Saskatchewan. Is it Larry? I can't remember what their names are.
I don't know that one either.
Oh yeah. They're a couple of hilarious fellas. They got famous on TikTok. And he says, "Well, what do you do here?" And he says, "Well, here, let me show you how you make your sandwich here. You get your kitchen skate." And first you kitchen stick, and he takes a hockey stick. This is how you make the PB&J, and he dips it in, and he makes a peanut butter jam with a hockey stick. And then you get your kitchen skate, and you cut her in two like that there. There's always something to do. A couple of guys from Saskatchewan.
I swear, if we ever did like the time capsule of just comedy videos of us like being self-deprecating about ourselves, and then aliens found it.
Yeah,
it's like, this is where we land. this. They'll be the easiest people to overtake.
Yeah, you think? Maybe a little bit, right?
Just nothing but red green in the capsule. With Bob and Doug.
Well, those fellas seem like they're pretty easy to. That's like, yeah. And then we talk Vimy Ridge.
Right.
Yeah, those Canadians are pushovers. You ever hear about Vimy Ridge? You're in for a surprise, sir.
Wait a minute, when did you guys get organized? We have very long winters.
Leroy. There it is. Leroy and Leroy. Yeah.
They're
Leroy and
called
Leroy.
Leroy and Leroy, the two
Yeah.
guys from Saskatchewan?
Yeah.
Want to prove them wrong here at the corner of Connor Street and Saskatchewan Avenue, where
My God,
clearly
it sounds like Scott.
there's
No.
lots of stuff to do. Like there's tires over here and some wood. I'm Leroy. He's Leroy behind the camera. There's always something to do. Okay, so somebody told us there was nothing to do.
Leroy and Leroy. Yeah.
This is how you get on the ice when you're at the oldest hockey rink in Saskatchewan.
It's a catwalk. Yeah, that's kind of famous, that one. Where's the... I'm looking for his Leroy and Leroy. No, it's... let's see. We got a thing here. Where's Leroy and Leroy? I do follow them. There we go. Now I got their link. There's always something to do.
Oh, my God.
Oh no, they're hilarious. They're really funny. See if we can catch him where he's making his making a PB&J. You get your kitchen stick and your kitchen skate, and that's what you do. Yeah, there you are. There's always something to do. The big red paperclip. No, I can't. There's too many. There's so many videos. They got tons of them, and a couple of them have been viewed like 1.6 million times.
Holy crow.
They have 500,000 followers on TikTok. So yeah, they're doing good.
Wow. I'd never heard of them.
Nice.
That's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
Leroy. So I'm just gonna give my friend here is in Zurich. She's just giving me a wave, so I'm like,
Oh, there we go.
just sending her a photo.
Live PubCast selfie right there.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's see. Oh, I don't know. I think the chat went a little far.
What do you mean?
We can bring it down a bit. Something
that's-
to talk about another favorite of theirs. I don't know what it is.
No idea. The chat's there. That's right. That's
If you can go to the side there.
no, I can't. That's what
Oh,
I'm
you
saying.
can't?
I
Oh.
can't. That's,
Okay.
That's it. That's what I'm saying. See?
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Oh, well. Sorry. I started something. There we go. Yes, you did, Pete. See, I always missed what's... Oh, well. I missed something here. That's all right. That's all right.
Leroy and Leroy. There's always something to do.
Oh, there goes my burger.
Couple of hosers out there, eh? Oh yeah.
Oh, man. It kind of... I dropped my tomatoes in my avocado.
That's not good.
I'm not sure if it appeared on the screen.
Well, I mean,
The mic is kind of in the way hiding stuff. So
I'd say that's not good, but really, it's all going to the same place in the end. Eh? So,
it is. It is indeed.
you are going to eat it.
Well, my tummy's got lonely, so I decided I would give it some friends.
Ah, well, then there you go. Got to go to Moose Jaw. I've been to Moose Jaw.
I've not been.
Been to Come By Chance, Moose Jaw. Been to Dildo. Head Smashed In, Buffalo Jump. Yeah, I'm trying to think of some of the other places I've been. I've been everywhere, man.
I've been everywhere. That's Stoppin' Tom?
No. That was originally it was not Roy Acuff, but he was from Nova Scotia. Hank Snow. Johnny Cash did a version of it too, but it was Hank Snow who originally wrote and recorded that. And you remember McLean and McLean had one in the 70s, or early 80s, I guess it was. They did their version of I've Been Everywhere, but it was I've Seen Pubic Hair. I've seen short ones, curly ones, red ones, black ones, brown ones. Definitely not written in the late 90s, that's for sure. Short ones, short ones, short ones, blurt ones, hanging out your skirt ones. I can't remember the lyrics. It's been too many years, but yeah.
Pete goes, now I want to visit Moose Jaw.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure.
Yeah, Hank Snow. He was a big country artist, influential in Nashville, but he was from Liverpool, Nova Scotia.
Mm.
Yeah, Hank Snow.
Did not know that either.
Oh yeah,
I learned a lot from you.
Well, odd musical trivia stuff. I have a head full of dumb, useless facts. Somebody says, you're a smart guy. I go, look, man, I know a lot of trivia stuff. I can't earn a living off it. I'm interesting at parties. We'll start a fund.
You should see the tricks.
We'll call it rent a poly, and I get paid for my drinks are included, and you pay me for my 4 hours of service at a party, so I get the party going. I'll be the entertainment for the evening. And if you want me to take my clothes off, that's extra.
But he will.
Yeah, I will, but it's extra.
He knows what side his bread is buttered on.
Damn straight I do. After getting banned on Twitter for telling somebody to choke on something, I was asked, they're like, can we see a photo of that? I'm like, sure. They go, really? I go, yeah, for $200. I'm not giving you that for free. Because you're just going to try and exploit me with it anyway. So, yeah.
Turns out you're much more of a capitalist than you thought you were.
It's my body. I should be able to make money off of it.
Yeah.
Right? Well, it's just somebody who wanted to try and exploit me and because they thought I was lying when I said, what to do. And I'm like, no, I'm not lying. It's true. Well, I'd like to see photos to prove it. And I'm like, well, you can give me $200 and I'll give it to you. I'll send you one. But I'm not sending it to you for free because I know you just want to exploit me. I'll be exploited for money.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that'd be exploited anyway.
Yeah, it's like...
That's practical about it.
Well, yeah, if I want to get paid. I don't think that's an outrageous request, It
was amazing what kind of world that we live in when people think that they're entitled to ask you for that.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I want to know if it's true. Well, yeah, there's a lot of things I want to know too, but I'm never going to find out.
You're just going to have to take my word for it.
It's like, you imagine what kind of society that would be? Just like walking down the street. Excuse me, could you drop them? I'd like to see what you got.
Yeah. How about no, you freaky Dutch bastard?
Jeez. Kind of world. I just don't. Yeah. I guess they figure it's worth a shot.
Yeah.
I guess some people have shared it because surely this is not the first. I mean, they've asked. Because you're certainly not the first person on the history of the world who's asked someone to perform a certain act and show quality.
Definitely not. And I won't be the last person to get asked that either. So, yeah, you can rent me out for a party, but you want that? That's extra. That's going to cost you. It's $500 for 4 hours, and the drinks are included.
Kids, True North Eager Beaver Media has a new service.
Rent a poly.
Rent a poly. You can just lease me. But you can't lease to own. My Beaver Sweetie won't allow it.
You get me for 4 hours. I'll be the entertainer at the party. Drinks are included, and it's $500 cash. There we go. All right. Do this. Do one of those. Do a couple of these. Some finger guns.
I feel like we need like the little bit after the commercial where somebody talks real fast and tells you about all the little exceptions and liabilities.
Rent a poly may give you hours of pleasure and joy.
Please call your doctor. Rent a poly brings you
If you're a doctor.
Me.
Well, that's the old joke. It's like it's the old joke about Viagra when it first came out. It says if your erection lasts longer than 4 hours, see a doctor. And the guy was like, "See a doctor? I'm going to call up everyone I know and tell them about it." I'm like, "Huh? Why would you need to tell people about that?" I didn't understand it. Apparently, not everybody is capable of doing that. So, well, you don't know until somebody tells you they can't do that. I'm like, really? You mean you need a blue pill for that? Well, I didn't know.
Mm.
But I had no idea.
Yep. That's true.
And I was surprised to find out from a doctor friend of mine that a lot of recipients or individuals who are prescribed that are in their early to mid 30s. Oh yeah, I was shocked.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. Well, largely because of poor lifestyle choices, right? There's a lot of things at play there. Whatever. I was surprised. I had no idea. Multifaceted party entertainment facilitator. Exactly, Dean. I'm not an escort. I'm a multifaceted party entertainment facilitator. And for the right amount of money, I'll take my clothes off. But
the question is, do you shake it?
Well, that's extra. That's extra.
You know all about it?
I can peel down to the Speedo, and if you want the full Monty, that's going to cost you even more.
Oh. There you go.
And yes, Rhiannon, you are correct. Cigarettes are a major factor because smoking destroys your circulation. And let's face it, if you have poor circulation, big fella's not going to rise to the occasion.
Indeed.
So never smoked anything.
I can't say that.
Well, I'm allergic to it, right? So it makes me very, very ill. When I was working as a nightclub DJ for many years, back when you could still smoke in public, I was always exposed to secondhand smoke. And at the end of the night, my eyes were burning, my nostril was burning, my clothes you'd want to just throw in the garbage, right? So you get home and you take a shower immediately because you're... And the next morning I'd wake up and everything was still burning. And then when you couldn't smoke anywhere anymore, I noticed that if I was around people smoking, I couldn't be within 10 feet because I wasn't exposed to it again. I'm never exposed to it. So when I'm anywhere near it, I'll get an instant headache and I'll break out in hives. So it's like, yeah, I'm going to stay as far away from that as I can.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, smoke them if you got them. You want to, that's your thing. I'm not shitting on you for your lifestyle choices. Do whatever you want. It's just I can't be around it. It's really deleterious for my health because of my allergies. So, it's just how it is.
Yep.
Body is cruel, and the first thing to go is the reproductive system. Unless you're a guy, we can father children up to our 90s if the business works, right?
Right.
Which is kind of strange, but I guess that's sort of the animal instinct, propagate the species, I mean, it's not like...
It's our basic instinct, right?
Well, it is, but because we don't give birth, we don't go through because childbirth is incredibly traumatic to the body, right?
Right.
And I'm sure there's enough women in the chat section that can tell us this, because I only know what I've been told. It's not like I'll ever have experience with it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I could just imagine. Oh my God! Yeah, I hear your sister's childbirth is a bitch.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Seriously,
like we can relate.
Not at all. Not in the least bit.
Yeah, I hear you, but do
you feel a draft?
A little bit.
Okay, my feet are cold. I'm feeling a draft. I don't know.
Hope you're not coming down with something.
No. I just need some. Probably need some alcohol in my bloodstream, or blood in my alcohol stream, or whatever. I had a glass of wine the other night at dinner, and sure enough, I'm like, my face is burning. So I go and look in the mirror, flushed. I'm like, yeah, okay, all right. Yeah. Still see a little bit of it right here. Right?
Okay, yeah.
It was really flushed. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I don't care. It was rosacea. It happens. Just you roll with it. You roll with the punches. Sometimes the punches are hard, and sometimes they're kid gloves.
Okay.
I know.
Little love taps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know what, the machine that does that, Elaine, it's a TENS EMS machine, or a TENS machine. I have one. I use it for muscular pain, and it helps a great deal. But like if you're in a lot of pain, I'll put it up really high, and it really gives you a serious jolt.
Mm-hmm.
And I was talking to my friend Catherine the other day. We're on a like a FaceTime call, but not FaceTime because neither one of us own iPhones, but just so that people could understand. It was like a face-to-face video call. A video call. I could have said that. That would have worked too, right? And my shoulders were hurting. I said, just hang on. And I put them on here. And then she goes, what are you doing? And I go, I'm not doing that. She goes, really? I go, no, the machine is. It's just flexing the muscle. So when my back is bothering me, I'll put it on and I'll crank it up really high. And here's the funny thing. If I go to adjust the pad and I forget to turn it down when you touch it, it's like, Jesus Christ. Yes. It's this massive jolt of electricity that goes through it goes right out your elbow, right? So it's like, yeah, it works really well. And I think I got it for like $30 on Amazon. Oh yeah, it was a great deal. And somebody says, "So how long do you think that'll last?" And I go, "It's $30. If it gets me through a day's pain, it's more." I've had it for 2 years. It works great.
Yep, we have one of those too, and it comes in very, very, very handy.
Oh yeah. When there's two, there's like the EMS, and then there's the TENS.
And then TENS.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm not sure which one I have. One flexes the muscles, and the other one doesn't. I never remember which is which. Anyway, I could look it up, but I don't feel like doing that right now.
I think the EMS is the one that tenses the muscles.
Yes, I believe so. And the TENS is like the massage.
I think so.
Yeah.
But
either way,
if somebody knows, please.
Yeah.
Period pain is equivalent pain to a heart attack in a man.
Oh.
The more you know.
Didn't know that.
Get saucy. I'll take your word for it. I don't want to experience that.
Yeah, well, I don't need to know what that's like. I could do without that. I think I will do without that. As a matter of fact, I will totally avoid that type of pain. As long as I can, you know.
Actually, it kind of makes me wonder why it is that women don't already rule the world. I mean, if they can handle that.
They've had too many mediocre white men who failed up their entire lives keeping them down.
It just seems to me it's like none of us are going, nope, don't want to experience that. You guys can? You know what? You run things.
We're not going to discuss what I'm about to show, Mr. Beaver, but it's. We're going to discuss. Don't read it out loud. We'll discuss it Monday morning.
Oh yeah, like, that one. Yeah. I posted about him already.
Yeah, I just want to reach through the screen and smack him. I guess you can think who. You might be able to know who I'm talking about by that. His smarmy little. Anyway.
Like I said, it's so hard not to talk about.
We're not going to do it.
I know, but right, it's like the biggest story.
I know.
And the report came out, and it's just like
Monday, man. We'll do it Monday.
Being such a whiny little bitch. Just,
whiny little punk. And so he's always blaming somebody else for things that have nothing to do with him. They ask him a simple question: "Do you regret supporting that?" Well, this fella did that. You can't even answer a question. Yeah. We'll discuss the smarmy little punk Monday morning. We'll get into it. We'll get into it.
I just wish someone would take him down the peg.
Yeah.
Anyway, on to
other things. The pigeon, not the Hash King, the pigeon. We're not going to get into it, but yeah, the pigeon.
Yes. We have a lovely bunch of coconuts.
Oh, hell yeah.
Wow. And Lovely's doing a lot of lifting in that sentence.
Hook him up to the childbirth pain machine. You know, that's not a terrible idea. I like that idea a lot, actually. I was tempted to bring a second camera today, and I was going to put it out there on the tripod, and because I can pan it around and bring it in and out from time to time. But I decided against it because I'd already brought a little bit more gear to this one. Maybe next time I'll bring another camera so we can show the pub a little bit more. Yeah. Like there are other areas where we could set up, but this one is a more controlled zone. We could set up in the back corner over in the gallery, but it's really nice back there. But the thing is, this has a little bit more control over who can come and go.
Right.
You know, if we're in a general area, like if we're sitting at a table like that over there, right? And for anybody who's wondering, I'll rotate the camera so you can see. So if we were sitting at a table like that one, no, wrong way. Oh, maybe that'll keep going. Let's see. No, that's as far as it goes. I have to go the other way.
Big money, big money, no whammies, no whammies, big money, big money, big money, stop.
So a table like that is kind of a wide open space, right? So we can't necessarily, sit there and or a space like that. See, we could have that space right there, but the problem is lots of people can walk in and out of the shot. There's less privacy, and we don't necessarily want to have people accidentally appear on camera if they didn't choose to be.
That's the main concern,
right? That's the big concern. So having it here we have control over appear or not appear on camera, and that's the big thing, because we are in a public place, and yes, there's no such thing as an expectation of privacy in public, but there's also no reason for us to make something public that somebody would prefer to be private, right? So here we can control that, which is why I thought this is the perfect space for it. And also we can control who can come and sit here and join us as well. So it's,
plus it's just a cool space.
It's that too. Yeah. Very cool space.
And it translates well to the visual for that our kids are watching, so it's fantastic.
Yeah, well, and what Ree says, it's more intimate, like in this space. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a real nice pub. It really is. It's huge too. I think the capacity here is like 400. It's big. It's really big.
Yep.
Yeah. And on Friday and Saturday nights, they have a DJ in, and the room directly behind you turns into a dance floor.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they got a serious sound system in here too. It's like quite literally they've got an audiophile sound system in a pub. I'm not joking when I say that.
Okay.
I know how much money he spent on the system here, and this would be one that I would have in my home. Yeah, it's not a commercial grade sound system, except the product that they use is on equivalent level of commercial grade. But it's also consumer at the same token.
Okay.
So it's like a prosumer version, if you will.
Ooh, prosumer. I like that.
Yeah. It's a professional product that consumers can purchase, because a lot of the stuff that I work with on a daily basis is not stuff you can just buy.
Right.
You need, like, you can't walk into a store and buy this stuff. You have to go through a specific dealership. Like the company that I work for, you'd go to them and say, I need to purchase this. And they go, well, okay, well, who are you and what are you doing this for? Like, well, I'm buying this for my house. Oh, okay, sure. Like there's specialized shops like Long and McQuaid as an example, or Fleet Electronics, where you can go in and make a purchase of professional PA gear, but it's they're specialized shops, right? So it's not like you're not going to go to Best Buy for this stuff.
Right.
Right. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah, he's got a serious sound system in here, and he's done a lot to contain the sound to the dance. So when you're on the dance floor, it's quite loud. You step off the dance floor, it's audible, but it's not deafening, which is it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Oh, Sassy goes, ooh, wow, that's massive. The one in town holds like 50 max.
Oh, this is a big pub. Well, this started out when he first opened it back in 1984. It was just a small section. It was like the front room, the Queen's room, the main bar, and then this is called the cellar bar. Right where we are.
Yep. And
it stopped, like this wall basically extended. There was nothing beyond it.
Okay.
And then he expanded and expanded and expanded three or four times in the last few years. So it's a big place. Yeah, it's a really big place. Ooh, I like that idea, Rihanna. Pub and inn. Yeah, definitely. I could see myself flying out to Lockport. Well, I guess I'd have to fly to Halifax, because I don't think Lockport has an airport. It's Lockport, right? Isn't it Lockport? Yeah. Definitely want to take a road trip this summer, as we've talked about doing the pub crawl tour, and we'll do like in June, July, August. I think once a month we'll try and find a place where, like, we could do one in Kingston, say in June maybe, and then July I don't know where we could go. Maybe we could do a Canada Day show. If we're going to do a Canada Day, we have to do it from here, obviously, right? But in the month of July, we could go on the road somewhere and do one, and same thing in August. And I'd love to be able to go and do Montreal, but I don't know a pub where we could do that, and I'd have to make some connections with people, and we'll see. We'll figure something out, But I think, maybe June we can do something in Kingston if you can find, like, we could theoretically do it at the Toucan in the back area there.
Okay.
But you'd have to reach out to them and see if they'd be amenable to that.
Okay.
And the only reason I think in the back area is because, again, it's a place where we can contain it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yep, that makes sense.
It's a thought.
It's a nice place.
Oh yeah. Well, there's other areas. There's a couple other pubs in town, but I was just thinking the Toucan off the top of my head. But we could look at another one. If there's another,
there's the Iron Duke, and
if there's another one you think that could both A, accommodate us, and B, have us like in a controlled sort of area like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd have to look around.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep, I'm sure there are. There's got to be one.
Oh, really, Ree? You got one of the largest Canada Day celebrations in all of Nova Scotia is Lockport. And isn't Lockport only like 500 people? Is it something like? I know it's tiny. You got a great beach there, though. Beautiful beach, and there's a lot of cottages you can rent right along the waterfront. I don't know how much time you want to spend in the water because it still is the North Atlantic.
True.
Right. I know that Sable Island, the average temperature year-round is 20 degrees Celsius. Now, Sable Island's, you don't swim to Sable Island. You need a helicopter to get there. It's a little bit far, but the average temperature, because it gets enough of the Gulf Gulf Stream. It just gets the edge of the Gulf Stream, so it keeps it warm. That's why in the UK it doesn't drop to minus 40 in the winter, even though they're considerably further north than we are. Right?
Even in Sweden.
Oh yeah, they don't get as cold as we do, and they're way further north than we are.
Yep.
Now, I mean,
I learned that from an Archie comic.
Now there are certain parts of Sweden as you go further and further north,
yes,
right, because the Gulf Stream doesn't hit them. But in like Helsinki, which is in Finland, in Oslo in Norway, and in I can't think of the name of the city in Sweden in the southern. No, well, Malmo would be warm, mind you. What's the other big city in the southern portion of Sweden? Anyway, that they're all affected by the Gulf Stream, so it doesn't get super cold there. They do get a lot of snow, but it doesn't get super cold. Lockport Lockport Gambino Ford. Never heard of them.
Yes, Lockport Ford. Yes.
Not familiar with them myself.
Yes. Lockport Gambino Ford. I'm familiar with those ads, yes, very much. I know what you're talking about, Dean. I've my Beaver Sweetie and I were almost decided to take a last minute vacation.
Mm-hmm.
We were looking we like Puerto Vallarta a lot.
Oh yeah,
in Mexico.
I've never been to Mexico.
It's a beautiful place. It's Puerto Vallarta is, I guess, a sort of like a harbor.
Mm-hmm.
So you get pretty good weather. You get it can get hot, but it's usually temperate. There's usually a decent breeze of some kind, and there's all the resort type places that you would typically find in a place, but you can actually be in the actual neighborhoods, right? So there's a neighborhood called the Zona Romantica, which is very gay friendly, actually. Has a lot of gay businesses and establishments there, and they court our dollar, which is kind of nice. So it's a vacation where you can go and you can actually hold hands, this in the neighborhood where you are, right?
Not an issue,
and live openly, which is kind of nice. Those places are kind of rare for us when we're going abroad. And we were very much looking at it, and it would have been my first time on a plane since
2019 for me.
March 2020. Just when it was starting to hit. We were just coming back from Puerto Vallarta from our last time. I remember on the way there, we saw the CFB Trenton because we were taking the bus to the airport, and it was the day that the first plane load of people were coming back from China with Canadians. They were going to be quarantined at Trenton for little did we know what was coming for the next 2-3 years.
I guess we missed the march down Elgin Street. Darn.
Oh, the loudmouth people
Yeah,
were having a march.
They marched down the street today. It wasn't many of them by the looks of it. Yeah.
I remember I saw Ryan's tweet. It's like tens of people have flooded.
Tens of people. Tens of people have flooded the zone.
That's nice. That's nice. Those are things I like to hear. Those are the things that make my little heart happy. My little beaver heart happy. So yeah, we were thinking about it, and we decided things are a little different for my beaver sweetie now because he's a working man.
Yeah.
Right. So and he's teaching, so there's only 1 week off for reading week. So it was like we're sitting there like I was like, if I didn't have to teach this 1 week, we could stay like a full 2, and we could get now I have to like come back in 6 days, or well, if we stretch it off this way, I might be able to get that weekend, get 7.
Welcome to reality.
And then like trying to find out a place to stay that corridor with those dates, and it's like I would like to go. I'm not very much a sun destination person, but I really do like Puerto Vallarta, and I eat like a king when I'm there, which is nice. I never have to worry about anything because a lot of stuff is corn-based, right?
Right.
So Mexico is wonderful. And plus there's because when you get to Airbnb, I've been there often enough now that we know the neighborhood, so we know where the market is and you buy stuff. So it's
right.
You cook your own little breakfast in the morning and then the beach around 2, after you really peak afternoon sun, and just enjoy things, stay there, watch the sunset around 6, 7, like this, go home.
That's early. Oh, you're not that first. You're
you're
getting closer to the equator though, so that makes sense.
Yeah. But it's usually around the same time every night, and then go out for like a end of happy hour drink, and then like have a nice dinner, and then have your evening activity, and then so it's very relaxed and laid back, and so I was really, really, really considering going, but we've had a green January. Yeah. And I can see my lawn. Like up until January 26th, we had no permanent snow on the lawn like this, and the lawn is green again.
So you don't need you don't feel the need to get away from the snow.
It's 10 out.
Yeah.
Right?
I know. It's bizarre.
So it was one of those things. And the other, that was the first thing. The second thing is financial consideration, in that I was doing the math, and with the rise in the interest rates, I've about $6,000 less disposable cash per year.
That
$6,000.
That's a lot of money to not have. Yeah,
it's about $500 a month.
Yeah.
Now again, I'm not suffering, right?
But it's
I can pay my bills and I know where each meal's coming from. But I'm,
it's called feeling the pinch.
I don't know if I'm feeling the pinch yet, but I'm worried that there might be a pinch, so I'm paying attention. Yeah. Remember that thing we always talk, right? How do you know you're not poor? Is when you go to the grocery store and you buy whatever you want, and you don't
even consider it. You're not running numbers in your head.
Not running numbers in my head. Yeah. I'm not running numbers in my head, but I'm sort of like, I want to see what the bills are like at the end of the month and how much I have left after like 4 or 5 months. So sort of like looking at them saying like this is the first year that we're doing it with this. So I'd like to see a year go by and see how much I have at the end of the year. Mm-hmm. If I can make my RSP contribution next year, and like I said, or whether I'm pulling from that. And if I'm not, well then maybe I can take a vacation. But right now I just don't know. I'm dealing with an unknown. I've never paid this much ever.
Yeah, I've got stuff to finish paying for before I can even look at that going anywhere.
This is probably the most when you talk about percentage of your income going towards housing. Mm-hmm. This is probably the biggest percentage of my income that's gone towards housing in my entire life.
Oh wow.
Huh. Maybe at this moment. So it's well, maybe more when I was starting out and I had my first rental, but I had a good first time I was living alone, but but that's only because I maybe had a starting salary. But but this is it's not negligible. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Well,
so I wasn't quite sure, and for everybody has a part of the year where things are a little more financially stressed. Like I remember when I was a student, it was always September, right? Because you had to buy your books and pay your tuition fee, and you had a lot of money going out all in 1 month. Like in September, you had more money going out than you would make in 3 months, right? Because once you pay tuition and bought your books, and then things would. So right now in my life, it's the beginning of the year, right? Because you're, if you have insurance, like for example, some people have insurance that when they've claimed enough, they've reached a maximum and then they get 100% coverage.
Mm-hmm.
So that happens to me at some point. So when I go back at the beginning of the year, I'm back at 80% coverage, right? So
Right,
I'm paying
right.
the deductibles again. The insurance on the house comes due again, right? Your municipal taxes, property taxes, those are all in the first 6 months of the year. Right, it's not November, December. It's all
Yeah.
the first month, so it's all
Yeah.
coming out in the year. Your Christmas bills come at January like this. So, you're trying to save for make your RSP payment, pay your Christmas bills, your insurance bills comes in. All these one-time annual things often start at the end of the year. And let's take a vacation now. It's like, yeah, okay, maybe over the cold course of the year I have the money, but right now I really
not
do not
there,
have the
yeah.
cash flow.
Well,
It's more of a cash flow at this time of the year, right? Like I'm borrowing in the first 2-3 months for my line of credit, and then by the time I get to August or September or whatnot,
Good to go.
like this, and then September to December, like I'm paying down big chunks, and then we come back at the beginning. So it's not like you don't have the money over the course of the full year, but if like in March, for example, March is a really bad month.
Yeah.
Right.
See, I experienced that every single 2 weeks, just a couple of days before payday.
So you know.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Except it's not once or twice a year. It's like, usually by the end of the 2 week period, just before you get paid. Yeah.
And you're not deciding whether to take a southern vacation or not.
Yeah. Southern vacation. Well, I mean, I did take a southern vacation in 2019. It took me a few months to get the money together to do it. But again, I stayed at a friend's place, right?
Right.
In New Delhi, because even though New Delhi, you can get a nice place to rent for not too bad, I still couldn't afford it. Like, I had to pay for my airfare and, travel expenses while you're there. So yeah, it was well worth it. I'm happy I did it. It was a great trip. But with all the gear that I bought for this to do this production, no, it's like, yeah, that's a few $1,000s that I could have put towards a trip or something. It's like, well, so I don't travel this year. It's not the end of the world.
Right.
This is all of this was needed to do this. So it's like, yeah, that's whatever. Life goes on. Oh, there we go. I do adjust.
Yep.
I'm
Other
very
than
chill.
some local area trips, I haven't traveled at all since the pandemic has started.
I've been to Montreal a couple of times, and I went to Osheaga when they had the Osheaga get together in October of 2021.
Mm-hmm.
I got to see Jessie Reyes play live, and she was amazing. Saw a couple other artists that I'd not heard of. It was good. It was a good show. I was happy I went. And I love going to Montreal for a weekend. It's just a nice place to go chill out in.
Yeah, like we've been to Montreal a few times. We had tickets to go see Notre Dame de Paris this winter, and said I just went to Quebec City to visit some friends. And I'll be going back in April for the Depeche Mode concert. But we went to Grand Bend the last 2 years over the summer for a couple of days, as a family. But I mean, local. But yeah, my beaver sweetie has been much braver than I am. He had to go, like I said, to go to Romania at one point to
He was there for what, 2 months or?
Pretty much a solid month,
at
least.
Yeah,
maybe a month and a week or so, when he had to handle his grandparents' estate. And that was still not last summer, but the summer before. So I mean, not last summer, but the summer before, 2021. So we were still wondering.
Yeah.
It was around that time. So I was nervous for him when he went. Everything went very well.
Well, we had vaccines at that point too, but it was still touchy.
He landed in Romania and got his second one there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he still has his passport and
Right.
stuff, right? And it's like, I need it now. So we were a little worried to what that would mean when you get back home, because back then, right, you only had two, and you had one in one country, one in another, and would it recognized and all of that kind of stuff. But everything went really smoothly for that. But he's been braver than I am. He's been on a plane, and his family members have been on a plane, right? Because they went south to Cuba for Christmas, and I think his father has even maybe been somewhere. But I'm the one that's been too chicken to get on a plane.
I'll next time I get on a plane, I'll be shaving my beard off because I'll be wearing a mask until we know that we're really safe.
Oh, some travel plans here. Let's see. I might get to Italy at least once as Kit Saucy, specifically Pompeii. Volcanoes are an obsession of mine. Ah.
I've been to Italy, loved it. Didn't get to Pompeii, but Milano, Livorno, Pisa, and Roma.
We were in the Como area. We only got to go once.
I took the train through Lake Como area. It's beautiful.
It's gorgeous. We spent a week there.
Like, my God, it's gorgeous. I understand.
We didn't meet George Clooney, though.
No, but I understand why so many people want to live there. It's incredible.
I was like walking down the street one day. I think we were like on our third or fourth day, and I was like, the people who live here, like, do they realize how much beauty they're surrounded every day?
I'm sure
Because it
they
just
do.
becomes irregular, right?
It does, but I'm sure they are, because if they, they ever depart or go visit somewhere else, they come home, they go, yeah, no place like home.
It is something. It is something. Yeah. I love that trip because Alex was maybe we were traveling Europe because maybe Versweety was showing me Romania for the first time.
Okay.
And as we were making the plans, we figured out that there was an international lithium-ion battery conference going on in Italy, in Como, while we were there. And he happens to be researching lithium-ion.
Yeah.
So he talked to a supervisor about it, and they paid for the lodging and the conference at a fee, and our travel within Europe, not to get to Europe, because they didn't have the budget for that, but we were there anyway.
You take what you can get. Right.
So so we were in Romania for about a week or so, and then we cut that trip in the middle to go to Como for a week, and then we went back to Romania. And I remember he was at the conference and whatnot, and I was taking the bus down to the city, and I was going all to the markets. I was grabbing the tomatoes and squeezing them, smelling them, doing my best Nona, and then reading the ingredients, because they're all in Italian, and try to find something that looks like wheat to see if I should buy it or not. But yeah, that's where I made my first ever risotto while I was there. Got the Boreal rice and the good white wine and everything.
I didn't do anything like that. I stayed at a friend's place.
Yeah,
as I do when I travel. I'm always staying with friends because I don't have a lot of money. But I stayed at her place for a couple of days, and we toured about the countryside. She took me, showed me some nice stuff. Went to Rome, went to Firenze, Florence. Saw the statue, Michelangelo's statue of David. And she says, Paula, would you bring back a man from Canada who looks like that? And I go, well, I do, but I'm bigger than that too. And then she smiled. She goes, yes, yeah, you do. We'd been at the beach earlier that day. We've been at the beach.
Well, we were there during the World Cup, which was really interesting. And while we were in Italy, there was one match that was Italy against England. And we actually went to a little pub and watched it while we were there.
Could have been interesting.
Yeah, it was fun. It was the only match Italy won that year.
Oh,
that World Cup. So we happened to be in Italy when Italy won.
What World Cup was that? When was that?
Not the last one. 3 ago now, I guess.
Well, they weren't in the last World Cup. They didn't even qualify.
No, that's what I mean. Not the last one. So let's see. 2022, 2018, 26. So the 2016. No.
They were in Brazil.
2014 one. Would have to be the 2014 one. The one where Brazil, the Germany, it was in Brazil, where Germany defeated Brazil by a very huge score in the semifinal or something.
7-0.
Yeah, I was in Germany when that match happened too.
And Germany won that World Cup.
Yeah. So it was it was a big deal. But we loved. I loved that trip, and when we were in Como, it was just fantastic. The other thing I remember one day we were out there. We were looking for some place to go have supper, and we had been in Italy for 6 days, and I wanted something not Italian.
Okay.
One day, because we had all this great risotto and whatnot, and I'd been super frustrated trying to find the perfect pizza, because you can't find gluten-free pizza anywhere in Italy.
No, of course not.
No, because it's sacrilege, right?
Why would you even think about it?
But I was really hoping that someplace, somewhere, right? Because you have to understand, right? I really like pizza. like this. And I'm in Italy, and Italy's like where you go to have pizza. I mean, I was just thinking, like, please,
You're
there's got
asking
to be.
for gluten-free pizza in Italy. That's
But
like,
I know, but I'm thinking we're in the 2000s, like somewhere, someplace, because I was able to find some
It's like-
gluten-free pasta every now and
it's
then.
like asking for a vegan meal in a rib shack. It
I
ain't happening.
know. I was so
Do you have vegan ribs?
disappointed.
Get the hell out of here.
So I'm sitting there like this, and we're walking all across the town, and I'm looking, oh, risotto with radicchio. Well, I'm hungrier than radicchio. Thank you very much. Like, give me some mushrooms or something, right? And we go all over the place, and like this, and I have not been able to find anything, and I am being a whiny little snot. And my my beaver sweetie is having the patience of a saint. Okay, and it looks like we are not going to eat because I've turned my nose at everything. No, I don't want that. No, I don't want that. I want something I recognize. No. I was being a real brat. And we finally like turned the corner, and out of the blue, we find this sushi restaurant. Yes, sushi. It was literally Japanese Italians.
Really?
Japanese Italians. They spoke Japanese perfectly. They spoke Italian perfectly. It's the most beautiful, fantastic, yummy sushi I've ever had. It was in Como, Italy.
Can't eat it. So
It was in Como, Italy, of all places in the world. And they actually had gluten-free soy sauce.
well, that's interesting.
How cool is that?
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, it is a thing, but it's just really weird. I had like I was like, oh yes, we were rewarded for our patience. Like the Alex was like, it's like, glad we finally get in something because I was gonna kill you.
Nice.
Yeah, but very memorable. It was a great place. But I liked Como.
Yeah, it's
overall,
beautiful. It's beautiful. I just went by on the train. I didn't have a chance to really visit and see it, but yeah, it's quite something to witness.
We were actually there too. It was the World Cup, and it was also the Ontario election that Kathleen Wynne won a majority.
Okay.
So it was like, of course, like being the junkie as I am, like the 6 hours difference, like in Italy, like watching the returns on the laptop. Going, did she win?
Yeah, no, I get that. I remember.
I could have taken the week off.
Well, I was in Geneva on vacation, and I got up to watch because it happened. I don't know what time it was in the morning in Geneva. I got up to watch I was going to get up to watch it, and my buddy's like, no, I'll just DVR it for you. The debate between Trump and Hillary Clinton. And I was 20 minutes in, and I had to turn it off.
Was it the one where he was chasing her around?
He was being an asshole. It was the first debate, the first one. He was being who he is, right? Yes. I'm like, I'm out of here. This is stupid. I couldn't handle it. It was like he just wouldn't shut his mouth. He kept talking over.
I love that in the one against Joe Biden. Will you just shut up, man?
Oh man, will you? Yeah.
It's like, vote for him right now, just for that, because I've been waiting for like 4 years for someone to say, "Will you just shut your damn pie hole, please?"
True.
Enough out of you.
Okay, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I got to see a man about a horse. You know how that happens.
Yes. All right, Kitties. Oh, Pete Travis, you're back. I guess you were gone. I was too busy eating my Chipotle yummy burger to have checked the comments. I'm glad you're back. Let's see, what else do we have? Saucy Seawitch. There is a company that does specific volcano tours. The Italy one is a 15-day tour of Italy, Stromboli to Etna. Just checked, and the price is dropped by 1,000. Ooh. I don't know if I would like to go see a volcano. I mean, I'm interested and I'm curious. I mean, of course, they always take you to, inactive ones. They're not going to bring you to the top of one that's active. But I don't know. It's one of those things. I'm fascinated by a lot of things with nature, and I'd like my beaver sweetie. He does lots of hiking in mountains. He grew up with his family doing that in Romania. And, he talks about places where there are ladders and chains and stuff. And it's just like, I'm way too petrified of free fall to even imagine a reality in which I'd attempt that. Like sometimes just regular hiking in mountains, sometimes something a passageway gets a little too steep and my legs sort of freeze up. But and it's the same thing. Ocean and the water. Like I said, I've tried snorkeling a couple times, but I just I have a very deep respect for the power of the oceans. I get a little scared. There are things I get scared and I end up doing anyway, and then I always enjoy having done it and wonder why I was so scared. But yeah, just I don't know. I think of volcano. I think of things that are very high, and I think of somebody tripping and then falling in, which of course is somewhat irrational because I'm sure that all the security guidelines are there to make sure that you don't get close enough to be able to fall in, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's I know it makes me very, very, very nervous. A lot of things about nature that way make me nervous for some reason when it comes to tourism. We also, when we were out in Newfoundland, we saw an iceberg really close. We took one of those little boats, not necessarily dinghies, but they look like them. They're like rubbery and they bounce a lot, but they maneuver very easily. And we went really like right up close to one. And I have to say, it was one of the most beautiful sights I'd ever seen personally. Um, you're out there on the sea, and it's so quiet and still because there's like nothing else around you whatsoever. The sky is so blue, and you have this huge, majestic iceberg, huge, 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 just like standing right in front of you. And of course, you never know when an iceberg is going to flip, so you can't get too close. And there were like little chunks of it sometimes in the water a little bit, and we picked them up and hold it in our hands, and it's like, oh, there's glacier water and all that kind of stuff. But at one point, we were just standing there. It was just quiet, and there was just us two in the boat, along with the guy that was driving it. And we had stopped, and we're just watching it. And all you hear is like just a little bit of like motion from the water on the sea, and it was pretty still that day, so there wasn't all that much. And you're just in front of like this huge, huge thing. And I think after about like 2 or 3 minutes, like this stick broke out into tears. It was
Bit of an
so
emotional response.
still, and it was just so majestic and so beautiful. And it's only been twice in my life that I've sat by and watched something. The other time was on the clear other coast when I was in British Columbia on Gambier Island. And it was like a really, really cloudy day, and my friend Judy was making some food. Just go sit outside for a bit, and everything was still. It was gray, 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 and cloudy and overcast, and all of a sudden this eagle just swoops like that. And then boom.
You move the camera.
Oh, and then I moved the camera.
Because it responds
yeah.
to...
Sorry. And again, broke out into tears because it was just so quiet and beautiful. It's amazing how you could be overwhelmed by stillness. It's just I figure like the world is so busy that every now and then you get them into really authentic quiet. And it's just you yourself and your thoughts. Yeah, it could be a very emotional moment. And I think that, a lot of people had trouble with COVID for that reason specifically, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because all the distractions necessarily weren't there all the time, and they had time to think about things. And a lot of people did a lot of growth and made some realizations during this period. Yes, there's a significant amount of people in this in this period that realized that they might not have been fully on the path that they had hoped to be on in their lives at this moment, and decided that they were going to fix that. Or just realized had a crash course on what's important.
Mm-hmm.
Because we had time to stop and think about it for a while.
Which we haven't, most of us have never had in our lives before, right? That the chance to really, stop and think. And because we get so little in respect to vacation time in North America, mandatory law in Canada is 10 days. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That was the starting point in 1970, right? I think we can move ahead with that and add, another 10 days.
We work hard.
Too damn hard, right? Here you go. Here's your 2 weeks a year. It's not enough, man. Like, I get 3, and I only took 2 last year, so I can carry a week over. But that doesn't renew until March, when our fiscal year turns over. So you know, it is what it is. I get three a year, plus I've got, extra, but where the hell am I going to go? Yeah. We do need more vacation time in Canada, so you could. And here's the thing: I'm able to take 2 weeks in a row. There's no way my company will allow me to take 3 in a row. And even though I will have 4 this year, do you think they're going to let me take 4 weeks off? No, they won't. No company will allow that in North America. Now, federal government, you can do that. Crown Corps, you can do that. But most private industry, no. And we need to change that.
Yep.
It needs to change. And I'm not getting political here.
No.
I'm talking about my mental health. We need to change that so people can have the time they need to really unplug, unwind, and relax.
Right.
And get a good mental health check-in for that purpose, Our life shouldn't revolve around just work. I mean, we're busy enough as it is. I mean, look, between my day job and this, I'm pulling about 70 hours a week.
Right.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It is. I'm not complaining. It's a choice I've made, and I'm happy to do it, and I love doing it. But I do need to, once in a while, unplug from everything.
Yeah.
Right? And having the time when they shut everything down, because we were never in a lockdown.
Right.
But the 2 months where we were shut down, I was sitting at home, and that gave me a chance to start the podcast, the music podcast that I wanted to for years.
Right.
And that grew to be bigger, and it grew into the jazz show, and it grew into this, and how far we've come from where we started. I mean, we're not into year 3 yet.
No, we haven't finished our second year yet. That's April.
April is when our year 2 comes to an end, and we're into our 3rd year. We'll be starting our 3rd year of doing this. So, it gave me the time to ask myself if I could make a way to make this work, is what it boiled down to. And once we got rolling, when we discovered, we got good chemistry, we can do this. Let's make this happen. It was when I remember reading something somebody had said about how you want to be an artist, go and be an artist. And don't let anybody tell you you're not.
Right.
Be an artist, go and be an artist. And I said, you know what? I'm a producer and a podcaster. That's it. I am. That's what I do now. I have my day job, of course, but I am doing this now. And nobody can tell me I'm not doing it.
Yep.
And it's something I've wanted to do for a long time. Like there was a time when I wanted to work in radio. And I discovered through a lot of my friends that work in radio, I don't think that's good for my mental health.
Hello, Laura.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So, yeah. And I still have a lot of friends who work in radio. And some of them, when we first aired that interview with Laura, they messaged me and said, yeah, there's stories I might be able to tell you someday, but I can't right now. And I said, yeah, okay, good to know. They're like, yeah, it would not be good for your mental health. I'm like, okay, good. No, this is great because, and I mean, technically Dean is our boss, right? Like but he doesn't tell us how to do anything. Right? Dean's the boss. He's like, do your thing.
We have our minimum expectations.
Yes, of course. But he's not going to tell us how to run our show, what content to do, or anything like that.
And we own all the IP.
It's all ours. And that's actually part of the contract we signed. Right. So that puts us in the position of, not only are we getting to do exactly what we want to do, but we're doing it exactly the way we want to do it. And nobody's saying, well, you should really lean it. We're only going to do what we want to do.
Right.
That's it. And nobody controls us. So from that standpoint, that is good for my mental health.
Right.
Because we can do what we're doing right now. This is, outside of the normal Monday to Friday show. And it's, although, yes, I'm very tired today. And yes, I know you can hear it in my voice and see it in my body language. I'm still happy I'm here. I'm still happy I'm here with my brother. I'm still happy all you folks are here with us, sharing this time with us. So, yeah, it's certainly part of who I am. It was always there. I just needed a chance to make the decision to do it.
Yeah.
And I needed the time to come to that. And that time was when the whole world shut down and millions of people, left their previous jobs and pursued something they were passionate about.
Right.
Millions of people have done it.
Right.
And I'm like, I applaud every one of them.
Yep.
And there was no bad decisions, I'd say, for the most part, for just about anybody who decided, I'm not passionate about this. This doesn't, Maria Kondo, spark joy.
Right.
I need to do something that sparks joy, because I think one of the things the shutdown showed a lot of us was how much time of our lives is spent doing shit we absolutely hated doing. And I don't mean just the job, like the commute to and from work, all the running around you do, so that when the weekend gets here, you don't have time to relax.
Right.
You're still running to get the kids to this, to take care of that, to pay that bill, to go
Right.
get.
Right.
Now, people working from home 2-3 days a week.
It just makes life a little lighter. You're not trying to fit everything in a certain amount of time where everybody else is doing it, and you're not competing against them for it.
All of that, right? And so many people, and a lot of my bosses have said the same thing. Look, I know the federal government wants people to come back minimum 3 days a week, and we're like, our policy is 5 days a month, where I'm contracted
Right.
to, right? And I'm there 3 days a week minimum, sometimes 4. This week I was there 4. Next week I'll be there 4, and I'm fine with that. A lot of my work has to be done on site, but it really has made a huge difference in the lives of everybody I work with. There's no stress to get to the office. It doesn't exist. You know, they have shifts where, because we're technical support, where it's you're on for 2 weeks, and then somebody else is on for 2. So they do them, you know, so you're on for 2 weeks and then you don't come back for a month.
Right.
And now they're looking at trying to alternate and just do a week here, 1 week, and then you come back in 3 weeks, sort of thing, because they have certain crews. But and everybody says the same thing. It's like my life has just gotten substantially better, exponentially better, because I'm not spending, 8-10 hours a week traveling back and forth and having to stop to pick up this and pick up that on the way. I finish work at 4 or 4:30 or 5 o'clock, whatever your shift is. Then you go down the street to the grocery store. If you're out in the suburbs, maybe you get in your car and drive a couple of kilometers to the grocery store. But and the grocery store is not as busy at, say, 4 o'clock Monday to Friday like it once was.
Right.
Because people are able to dart in and out and change their work habits. And retailers have noticed that, there was a huge dip, but it started to come back around. But it's not like there's no rush hours anymore. It's just steady throughout the day.
Right.
And I think it, like I said, it's made a tremendous difference in people's lives. And trying to force people to go back to the office 5 days a week is not going to succeed.
Nope.
It's not.
I've had a taste now.
And people are like, no, I can do my job from home. Yeah, we want you here. No,
You're
I'll find
still
another
getting
job.
record profits with all these alternative work arrangements. So
It's like,
we've shown them we can do it now.
and I think a lot of the companies that insist you're in the office 5 days a week are in long-term leases for the buildings they're in.
That would be
And they want to be able to justify it.
Yeah.
Because I know some companies have just divested themselves of their real estate portfolios,
Right,
so that people can work from home, and they're not giving them a raise to work from home.
right.
Are they paying for your internet connection? I should be able to write off my internet connection
Yes.
and my hydro bill because
Yes,
I
you
work
should.
from home.
Yes, you should.
Now I know I can, and I do. That is a tax deduction. You work from home, so you've been able to do that forever, right?
And for kids who are filing their taxes, if you had to work from home because of COVID this year, there's a special deduction that if you didn't keep your receipts, you could deduct at least $2 a day for every day that you did that. And
Yeah.
you can do that, but there is a deduction for that. So look for that when you're doing your taxes this year. Yep. But you're right.
Your life just gets exponentially better because there's so much less stress. And oftentimes, you may have had a stressful day in the office, and then you have to get in your car or get on a train or a bus and commute back home. Well, you're carrying all that stress with you because you're stressed until you get home.
Right.
And even then you need some wind down time.
Right.
Well, when you're working at home, you just log off, close the laptop. Maybe you sit on the couch for 20 or 30 minutes or take a nap or whatever you do to decompress. But you're decompressing the minute you log off. The decompression begins. The minute you close that laptop, it starts.
Right.
Whereas before, it may not start for 3 hours because you have to go and pick up the kids at 5 o'clock on the way home. And hopefully you're not too late and stuck in traffic. All of these things have disappeared for millions of people. And they're like, we're not going back to that because we don't bloody well have to. Well, we leased this building. Not my problem. Literally not my problem. You should have had a plan. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It's not my problem. Again, because of so much of what I do, I have to be present. Yeah. And we do have, Wednesday's an insane day for me. I never take lunch on Wednesdays. I'll eat, but I don't take lunch. I don't take breaks. I can't. It's too busy, And I'm fine with that. Well, I don't take a break. I get paid. They're like, well, don't you need? I'm like, how? I can't. There's no way to take a break on Wednesdays.
Right.
There's no way. They're like, well, we should hire you some help. I'm like, for one day a week? It's not going to happen. You can't get somebody to do what I do for one day a week.
Right.
Unless you find somebody like me 10 years from now when I'm retired and I come in one day a week to help out. But, and here's the big thing, with what I do, that person would need to be up to date on absolutely everything.
Right.
So, it's not like I'm, someday probably going to be working as a commissionaire 20 hours a week so I can get full dental and drug plan. Because as commissionaire, you need 20 hours a week and you get full dental coverage, full $5 a prescription or whatever. To do what I do, no, it's you can't just escort somebody around a government building.
Right.
You need to know the latest tech. You need to know what's going on. You need to know so it's not, you can't just hire somebody one day a week. It doesn't work. So
Yeah, I understand that. No, it's changed my life too, right? Because just acting stopped.
yeah,
And any simultaneous interpretation translation would have stopped. So yeah, and I'm like you. This is what I do now.
Yeah.
There's other stuff, yes, of course, but this is what I do, and this is what I want to do. And clearly, this is what I want to do because I had the blog page for 10 full years before I did this, right? Opening. Now, I thought it would happen more. Sorry, more as a writing thing, because I didn't think that there was a. I always saw myself as a writer, and I always thought that if I had a voice, it was in my writing, because people would often read my writing. It's like, oh my God, you write like you speak. Like I actually hear you when you write. And I thought, okay, that was great, but so I'm good. I'm good at translating my thoughts into paper, and people can understand me at point B with the same intention I had at point A. Great, wonderful. But when my friend Chris said, you should actually put your voice out there, with to your words. That was something that was a little weird. Didn't think there was market for it.
Well, there
came
is.
around,
Yeah.
and then turns out there was. And then when you wanted to go to YouTube, which I was not ready for, but you did it. But it's like, okay, now do I want to put my face? Putting your voice to your words is one thing already, and putting your name. And yes, it was Mr. Beaver. But if you really wanted to find out who I was, you could. Find out that Mr. Beaver was Douglas Connors. You'd have to do a little work. Now it's right there.
It's there. Yeah.
So and we're growing, and we're fortunately or unfortunately, because if you want to become really bigger, people are going to know that you're around. So, but we're still at the part where we're growing, and we're big enough that we're still within our niche, and we haven't attracted all the hate yet.
No. And I'm like, I welcome the hate if they want to watch us and send our ratings up, but that's about it.
But I was listening to an interview Dean was doing with I think it was Matt Kendall from the Sound Off thing, right? He was talking, what. Everything was going great, and then the convoy happened, and a lot of people started cluing in and zoning in and figuring out that DBS had some stuff, and then there you go, boom, $14,000 or $44,000 death, 14,000 death threats in 1 year. All of a sudden, just out of the blue. And it's going to be it's like one of those weird things, like when Jordan Peterson retweeted me, and it was sort of like, okay, we finally made it. Jordan Peterson knows who he is, right? He's retweeting this. But then on the other hand, as soon as it happened, it was like, like, yes, I put on my brave armor. It's like, like this, we're gonna laugh at this. But as I was doing it, there was like 0.2% of me is like, okay, how many days of hate am I gonna be flooded with? Like, how many times am I gonna have to like just, mute, cancel? Like, and before you press the mute and the block, you do see the words.
Yeah,
Right?
and
You're not about a loser, right? Like, you can only see them like for 2 seconds. Oh, well, he's a fucker like this, and then click it like this. But you see, because it's happened once or twice. There's been one time on the blog page where something came out around the time that the blackface pictures came out the first time, like this, and then everybody just lost their minds, and there was a lot of people like, well, blackface and the costume thing at the school, right?
Yeah.
Like this, and they're like sitting there going like this, well, it was just a costume, like this. Yeah, can't you see it was the genie from Aladdin? It's like the genie from Aladdin was blue. Nobody would have had any problem with him coming in blue face.
Yeah.
Right? It's like this. No, he was not the genie from Aladdin. It
was a very poor choice.
Yeah. So, but you would hear things, like even like, every now and then there's like people that you think and then like something comes up and then they say something and you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like this. And that was the case, right? There was like this like little community had built, and and after a while, and then there were some people like saying things about this, and it's like you've been on this page for 6 years. You're really gonna say he was just wearing really in costume? Really?
Yeah.
Like this, and it's like, and I couldn't believe I'm doing the what? Oh yes, we have a guest. So I'm doing the sort of like that thing, and I'm sitting there like, okay, and then there's just like a lot of ignorance and hate, and people found. It's like sometimes like they see a tweet or they see a post and then they're just responding to that one even though they don't. This is literally for about a whole week, literally blocking and taking stuff off. But it was not easy on the mental health that week. What's that? What are you playing?
Look who's joining us.
Oh my God! Hey, how you doing, Jimmy? It's so nice.
Friend of mine.
Nice of you to join us.
She going, Jets? I totally forgot you guys were on today, and we were just talking about Pink Shirt Day. Didn't mean to interrupt.
No, not it. No, welcome, please.
Jump in and see the boys.
The boys. I like it. How you doing, guys?
Pump. We're good. You good? Go ahead.
Doing good.
Yeah.
Just for a Pink Shirt Day next week.
I can't wait for that.
We're all in.
Yeah, we're all in. That's the 22nd or 20th?
The 22nd, we're doing
22nd.
A live stream. We have a huge panel on talking about bullying, and it's 11 o'clock Mountain Time. So,
all right, there we go, kids. And why? Just asking you, why did you guys decide to take this on?
I've been a big proponent of anti-bullying with the fact that I was bullied a lot when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I used to, before COVID, I used to go just to schools and talk to kids. But then when COVID hit, doing the online thing, actually I was able to reach a whole lot more people. Like last year, I think I hit like 90 schools.
Oh,
so,
wow.
That's a lot, man.
And this year, we're hoping to do more.
Good stuff. This is a really great addition. If I saw your video when you were out promoting it initially, and I thought like this is just a really, really good idea.
Yeah, I love talking to kids about bullying. Even if you talk to one kid, give them hope, or even to another kid, get them to stop bullying. That's all I need.
Yeah.
Yep.
It makes a difference, right?
Yep. I know on the feeling. I mean, I was bullied a little bit. I mean, it wasn't anything bad. It wasn't terrible. But I remember there's this one kid in grade 5. I just moved to a new neighborhood and was starting at a new school. And we moved from a poor neighborhood to a richer neighborhood. And I still had my giant tiger clothes and stuff. And just walking to school and just for about 5-6 months was always you could always hear that little Douglas like this. And I remember one day I just got mad. We were in line waiting to go to phys ed class, and this guy that had been on my backside all year long, just like that, and I just turned around and I cocked him one out of the blue. Like this, nobody saw it. Nobody, because I'm this goody two shoes, whatnot. But he just got on my last gay nerve that day, and I just turned around and one move. nobody saw it coming. Like this, and normally you get expelled for that type of thing. And the teacher just looked at me and like just gave a little smile and says, "Douglas, you know we don't do that." Because I'm guessing he got on her nerves a lot too.
Bullying is a lot different now.
Yeah, it's
Bullying
totally
is-
different now.
Like when I went to school, yes, I got beat up. I was put in the hospital. I had a lot of really nasty stuff done to me. But when I went home, it was over.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
now
Now
Now-
it's never over.
no, it follows you home on your phone.
Yeah, it's
On
the whole online
computer.
thing, right?
Yeah,
The gang ups, the three-way calls where someone's on the other line, like we're calling to
Yeah.
talk about you, about her, but no, you find out on the call that they're talking about you.
It's insidious, and it just seeps into everything, right? And you can't, like, what can you do about it? There's nothing. There's not a damn thing you can do about it because it's on your phone, it's on your computer, it's everywhere you go. So for a kid today who's getting bullied, the cyber aspect of it is just something that we did not have to deal with
Nope.
when we were kids. And I got picked on a lot because I was a shy, quiet, sensitive kid, and I learned how to fight. I learned how to fight, and it was because there was a kid. I remember I was living in Cold Lake, Alberta at the time, CFB Cold Lake, and there was a kid who picked a fight with me and started to beat the hell out of me in the front lawn, and my mother running out, and my father grabbed her and said, "He's got to learn to defend himself.
It's not
He's got to
wrong.
learn."
Yeah.
You know, because
But the
if you step in right now, you're going to have to step in for everything for the rest of his life. And it was a tough lesson, but I agree with it. I wish it never had to happen to any kid.
Right.
But I did learn, and my father taught me how to box, and I know how to defend myself. I'm a pacifist, but I do know how to kick some ass if I have to. Not a lot of people know that about me.
the thing is though, is now kids do have something they can do because one part of this year's Pink Shirt Day is we have Kids Help Phone on.
Yes,
So,
Right.
a group that you could talk to, that you can get advice, that if you're feeling down. I didn't have that when I was going through school.
No.
Right.
I didn't know about it. And
Yeah, they didn't have phones in Tabor till like 94. So
that's called bullying.
I'm getting out of my system before Wednesday.
Sorry, Jimmy, but that was a good one. That was a good one.
It was good. But yeah, so if people want to just check it out, or if you know someone that has kids that want to see it, they can it's going to be live on Wednesday. It's 11 Alberta time.
Okay,
Right.
so it'll be 1 p.m. here. So we're gonna share it because it's across the network, right? So we're gonna share it, retweet it, and tell everybody we can to tune in. And it's important work that you guys are doing, and we really do respect it, and we're happy to promote the hell out of it every chance we get. So please, Pink Shirt Day, it's 22nd, correct?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, February 22nd at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 11 a.m. Mountain Time. Is it Mountain Time? You guys are?
Yes.
Yes, I can never. I always mix them up. I know Eastern Standard Maritimes, which is what is that?
An hour.
I know it's 1 hour, and then there's Newfoundland, which is 30 minutes.
Another 30 more.
Yeah, which is weird because every other place in the world, 1 hour. Newfoundland, nah, guys, we'll just do 30 minutes.
That's right,
What do you
Bob.
think about that?
Good enough.
Don't need to go all the way there.
I want to be a full hour.
Don't get too excited.
What, full hour is too much?
Don't
right
have to
there.
go that far, man.
Jeez, by 30 minutes is enough there. I tell you this.
And are you doing stuff with like we're doing stuff at this network, but is the radio station always in on that as well?
Yes, or like I actually Harvard Media, so that's the company that owns our radio station, Cruise FM. They're on board, and they're actually going to be sharing it across all our stations. So
Oh, cool.
Excellent.
people can sign up through all our stations. We're promoting it everywhere. So I have them aboard. We have Kids Help Phone. Of course, Crier Media is a big part. Help getting this out there, and yeah.
Will you have any guests on the show?
Like for the panel, I have Krima Sad.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And Heather Valentine.
Okay.
Jennifer Valentine.
What's that?
Jennifer Valentine. Jennifer
Sure.
Valentine.
Oh, what is that thing
was-
at the radio at the
Yeah,
TV
she used to
station,
be.
right?
Yeah,
Sorry,
no,
my
she was. Yes.
My bad, I'm a beer in.
That-
Lisa.
And then Lisa Evans from our sister station at Play 107. So
Oh, cool.
she's
Okay.
on board. And we have someone from Kids Helpful.
Oh,
That's good stuff.
that's a solid panel.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah, no, it should be really, really good. I've been talking to all my friends that are teachers. I know a few in Calgary and in Edmonton saying you need to sign up for this. Watch it and really educate kids on what it's about and what avenues and resources are available to them. So everybody I know who's a teacher, like sign up for this. And where can they sign up, Jimmy?
They can sign up if you go to actually the Cruise website, so 95.7 Cruise FM. There's a link to the sign up, and we have pink shirts that we're raising funds for Kids Help Phone and a bunch of other stuff going on.
And I imagine if you follow Crier Media, you'll be able to see some links to get to it from there as well.
Yeah. There's been Dean's been promoting the hell out of it. So, and I think it's a moving Chiron. As soon as you go to Crier
Yes,
Media's website,
I've
it's
seen
right
it.
there.
Yep.
It's front page. So, yeah,
Yeah.
really
Go to Crier
promoting it.
Media.
Well, and you know something, Jimmy, I think when you talk to kids and you can tell them what it was like, they have an adult that they can look to, and all of a sudden somebody's saying, "I know what you're going through," and when you tell them what's taken place, you can let them know, it will get better. It's tough. We don't want to have bullies, but having somebody to, well, for want of a better term, it's like group therapy. Somebody sharing in the same experience that you're going through makes you feel better. And when you let them know, look, I suffered, but I made it through.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like with people that are doing this, that have been going through it, they see hope when they see someone that's made it through and
Right.
are success. And it's the same with a number of our panelists. They deal with cyberbullying all the time now, and
Yes.
they're still a success.
With
They're
Karima.
still doing great things.
Right.
So when you give somebody hope, and I just have to push through just a few more years, and or and also this message, eventually I hope it enrages people enough that people will stand against bullying, that aren't being bullied, that will say,
Right.
hey, this isn't cool, this isn't the way to be.
Right.
And it's should work all the way around. Or even if someone that's bullying, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I'll think twice.
Well, a good buddy of mine here in town, he's a radio broadcaster as well. Stuntman Stu is his radio name. And Stu and I, I've known him since he came to Ottawa, like, God, must be 25 years ago now,
Must
something
be
like
by
that.
now, yeah.
Quite a while. And he had a campaign a few years ago called No More Bullies. And he was doing something similar, but then he got really sick. He's much better now, but he had leukemia, so that kind of knocked him out of his, out of the game for a bit. But he's back and he's doing quite well. But he's had a few health scares, but he still promotes the No More Bullies because he was bullied pretty badly when he was growing up, and he's one of these guys who, like you, Jimmy, wants to give hope to people who don't. When you think you're the only one this is happening to, and you don't realize that somebody else has gone through this, having somebody who's gone through it, and let them know it does get better. I know this is tough, but once you get through this, your life will improve. I know it's difficult, and we're going to try and give you support as much as we can, so you don't have to suffer. That's why having the Pink Shirt Day and the Kids Help Phone, all of these things are there to help that didn't exist when we were their age.
No.
And again, it is different because now it's 24/7. The bullying never stops. It's in every aspect of their lives.
But one other thing, and I make sure that people understand this, especially if they are being bullied. I didn't learn this till later on. It's not your fault. You being
No.
bullied, being made fun of, you know, I felt ashamed. You know,
Of course.
I
Yeah.
was afraid, and I would say, what am I doing wrong? What did I do? And it's not you, it's them. And that's
Yeah.
Right.
you. People who are bullied feel the shame. Like, what did I do?
Mhm.
Yep. I hear you.
I had a chance a
And I-
couple of years back to confront a bully from my childhood. And I'm not going to lie, I was a little anxious about it. But we were at a party, and he was there, and I had a chance to talk to him. And I said, you were pretty rough on me back in the day. And he kind of got quiet for a few minutes. And I said, look, I forgive you. And it was only because I had a lot of time to think about it. And he was in a difficult position. His parents were no longer together. His mother remarried this guy who was in the military. They were pulled from where they lived to Ottawa. His life had been turned upside down. I don't think his stepfather was a real nice guy. I'm speculating. I never asked him. It was none of my damn business. But he took it out on other people. Now, he was bullied by his older brother, and he bullied his littler brother, and they all picked on me because I was the closest thing. We're all fine with it now. We've had drinks together and shit, and we're all very friendly with one another. And he did say, look, he got really, like I said, quiet and sort of inward. Said, sorry about that. I said, no, it's okay. I forgive you. We're good. We're more of something I need for me than anything
Yeah.
else. So what I'm trying to say is we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater here. If somebody's being bullied, we need to take care of that person. But we also need to confront the bully to figure out what made them do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because usually it's something that's happening at home that is not good. And that's why they behave in that manner. So it's like, you're right, Jimmy. I'm not guilty. It's not my fault for it happening to me. That person bullying me, it's not my fault. But as you know, as an adult, as a man who's gone through a lot, I can say, why is that young person who is bullying another young person doing that? Like, what is going on in their life? It's like it rolls down,
Right.
and I just well, guess what? For that guy before he got to me. So what's going on? So we need to try and take care of all the kids, is what I'm so
Yeah, no,
ineloquently trying to say.
I totally agree with you. Like one of the guys that actually he beat me up to the point that I was put in the hospital when I was in grade 6.
Jesus.
And he realized what he did later, so the next school year, he apologized. I accepted his apology. Then we learned a lot more about each other, and we became friends. We were
Oh,
basically
good.
friends until we moved away from Tabor.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
like
I
that
remember
was
what you're.
15 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember what you're saying, because we had that in our community as well, in the gay community. We had the "It Gets Better"
Yeah.
campaign for
Yeah.
the longest time as well, right? For all the gay kids that were bullied, and all the people that got through that. That's it was really weird. I remember that in high school. All the things that made me uncool in high school were all the exact same things that made me super cool when I got to university.
Yeah. Flip flop there. Yeah.
Right. So it's like that song by Maren Condell, "The Sweater." It's like,
Yeah.
if you see a boy and he's wearing a sweater, look for brown or gray or blue. You're looking for the boy of your dreams, who's the same boy of your dreams and of all of your friends, right? You're not looking for anything that's different. Different is not what you're looking for. And then you get to university and it's like, yeah, I'm my own person. I've been my own person since I was in high school. Man, you're so cool. It's just like, it does get better.
I get the same thing, like, from people that used to bug me or make fun of me when I was in school. Now listen to me on the radio and go, I know him, and I'm cool now because I'm on the
Yeah.
radio.
Yep.
That's awesome. Though.
It's amazing what we'll take here. You got Kit and Deb here. My bullies stopped bullying me when they realized I could help them with their homework, and I showed them I was willing to help them. Oh, all of a
Yeah.
sudden you're the MVP.
Well, and you know, I think so many kids that bully other kids is because they don't know how else to deal with whatever it is they're going through.
Mm.
They only know one way to react or act, I should say, and that's unfortunate. But hopefully, they can get the help they need too. You know,
Or
let's just help everyone.
or sometimes kids are bullying or people are bullying and not knowing that they're bullying, like making fun of someone
There's that
because of
too.
their height. It's, oh, I'm just joking. I didn't realize I was being mean, and
Mhm.
that's where communication comes in.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I was dating a
Because a
woman.
lot of people are just repeating what they see.
I was dating a woman a few years ago who constantly teased me, and I said, "Please stop doing that." She goes, "I just like teasing." And I go, "Yeah, well, I hate it." She goes, "Really?" I go, "Yeah, I got bullied and teased a lot as a child. I have no tolerance for it as an adult." She goes, "Well, I enjoy teasing." And I go, "Then you take care." And I never spoke to her again. It's like if you feel so strongly about teasing, it's so tied to your identity that I've asked you repeatedly not to do it, and you still insist on doing it. You clearly have no respect for me. A and B, that's who you are.
Hmm.
I'm change you. I've asked you not to do it. You're going to continue to do it. I'm moving on. Moving on. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that. That happened to me in a relationship once, actually.
Yeah.
At one point, I had to like turn around and said, "I don't know what's happened over the last few weeks, but the number of put down jokes in a day, we need to limit them to like one or two, because
I'm kind of like
these are
none.
these are not feeling like jokes now."
Yeah.
Right.
My-
Yeah.
I have no tolerance for that. And a matter of fact, my tolerance level is less than zero, so that when I see it happening in a public place,
Hmm.
I always step in. Always step in. And sometimes it's gotten me into a little bit of trouble, but I've figured out diplomatic ways to deal with it now. Whereas I didn't have the tools years ago, but now I step in and go, hey, man, like I don't think that person likes what you're saying to them. Oh, I'm just having fun. Yeah, but you're having fun at their expense, and I don't think they're enjoying it, and I don't think they see it the way you do. Have you asked them how they feel about that? Well, no. Why don't you try asking them? So, do you care when I say those things? Yeah, I do care. I care a lot. I don't like it when you do that. I had no idea. Well, now you know. Right? And maybe you'll think next time before you try doing it again to somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
totally true.
I mean,
You know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm really looking forward to the show. I'm going to be able to tune in. I'll be in the office at work, but I'll be able to tune in. I usually have like 2 laptops going, and then a tablet and a phone. So I'll have you on either the tablet or a phone. Either way, I'll be able to tune in and watch the show, though. So looking
Yeah,
forward to it.
and it's going to be good because you can also ask questions the same as through the chat here. It's going to be the same thing.
Okay.
Where you ask questions and me or the other panel members can answer whatever questions. We really like that. I love answering questions because, especially being a little person, a lot of people don't know a lot about us being little, and
Yeah.
the way you can learn about someone is to ask questions, and that's another really big thing with dealing with bullying. Is some people make fun of what they don't understand. If you ask a question, you'll understand, and you won't have to make fun of it.
Yep.
It's true.
Would you now this event here is it's a radio event, or will you be going live in the school for it and then broadcasting from there?
No, I'll be doing it actually from Army Chris's. I'll be I'll be broadcasting from
Here.
exactly right here.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
And yeah.
Is it are the kids going to be able to hear it in real time, or is it more for grown?
It's gonna be basically like this is running right now. Exactly. So
Yeah, so it's
it'll
a
be
webcast,
real.
so kids will be able to tune.
You'll be able to
Oh
see
wow!
it live.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
And
That's
if
a
you
really
miss
good
it, you'll see the recording later.
Yeah. Well, and Lachlan was telling us about it today, and he's pretty passionate about this. He really wants to help out. So it's like, oh, that's great, man. I love it.
Yeah,
And you guys have been working together for 10 years?
I met him in 2013. No, okay, no. Started working with him in 2013. I met him in 2011.
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
so you've been working
And
together for 10 years and friends for 12.
yeah, we've known each other for quite a while, and he's been a really big help in me getting this going and getting it as big as it is. Like when I first started it, I was just doing individual schools, and I started on Zoom, and then going through Crier Media on Restream. It's just getting bigger.
Oh, yeah.
How many years have you been at it now?
This will be my second year through this format, and then I did 1
Right.
year on Zoom, and then I was just going door to door for like just the local schools.
Okay.
But back in the early 2000s, I used to work with a little person basketball team. They were called the Canadian Half Pints, and we used to go door to door, and we used to go to schools and talk about bullying. Like there was 6 little people. The average height was 4'6", and I'm 4 foot.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we used to do like a comedy style basketball show, and then we, talk about bullying in a fun way. I did that
Okay.
for about
Yeah.
5 years.
Little lighthearted way to approach it, right? To take some of the sting out of the subject matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and-
I mean, this is not new to you, clearly, right?
No,
You've been invested in this for some time.
yes, I've had a passion for talking to people about bullying for many years.
Has it been hard to find some community partners to go with that?
Not too much. Like it was really easy. Like as a kids help phone has been a big help, and then I just go. Like I know a lot of teachers, and they just call, "Hey, do you want to come to my school on Pink Shirt Day?" Like there was 1 year I did 6 schools in an afternoon. Just
Wow.
just going in for an hour.
That is
So
Yeah,
that makes for it must be a physically and emotionally exhausting day by the end of it, though. 6 schools, because you're talking to all these different kids, right? And you're going through,
you're reliving stuff.
yeah, you're reliving things. I'm sure you've reconciled with a lot of what took place, but still, to talk about it like that for 8 hours, basically, it's got to be trying.
when I did it with the team, we do 4 or 5 schools a day, 5 days a week, as long as schools are running, and so you kind of get used to it, and you've reconciled it over the years. Sometimes
Mhm.
what is the hard part is when kids tell their story.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
When kids tell their story, or you hear from a teacher, what happened to a student, or something like that. Like we had a lady on my panel last year. She was a burn victim from the age of 2, so she was burned over 80% of her body,
Oh, geez.
and she was talking about her story and how when she was in elementary school, she'd go to sleep at night, pray that she wouldn't wake up in the morning. And
Yeah.
that was a hard
Yes.
story to hear. It took me a few minutes for me to be able to regain myself to kind of speak myself after that. But hearing other people's stories is actually the more draining part than actually telling mine.
Yeah.
Okay. I can see that. Yeah, because you're
Yeah.
taking on a lot of energy. Then you go back home and you have that all on you, and it's vibrating, and
Yeah,
you need to almost like do this. But when you get
Yeah.
home, you can recenter and get back to yourself.
I'm gonna think a couple pills at the end of that day would do the thing. Pilsner, it's beer.
Oh, Pilsner. Okay, yes.
Pills.
like
Yeah, yeah. No, I
I remember
Yes, go
there
ahead.
was one time. There was one time when I was doing it, and I was doing schools, and I did a school in my hometown, actually my old high school, and I was telling my story of being bullied, and my mom was watching. my aunt, and I told a story that I had never told my mom because I didn't tell her what happened because I knew she'd worry, she'd be as hurt that this happened to me then. And I told her, and she lost it in the audience, and I couldn't look at her because it was like her getting so emotional of hearing stuff that happened to me, even some of it she witnessed. And yeah, that was a
Yep.
tough one. And then she yelled at me after for
I've
not
known
telling her that.
Of course. Yeah, that's mother's. My mother's log. If you kill yourself, I swear I'll kill you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Doing stupid on a bike or whatever, or climbing trees. If you fall out of that tree and kill yourself, I'll kill you.
Yeah.
What?
I'll
Get mad
finish
at
you
you. It's
off.
like I'm hurting. Yeah, I'm so angry at you for not telling me, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, I'm
Jeez.
really looking forward to Wednesday, and anyone who wants to join in, you should find it anywhere on Crier or 95.7 Cruise FM, any of that stuff, and you'll be able to find the info to join in on Wednesday.
Because I think Pink Shirt, if I remember correctly, all started because there was some kid, I believe it was in Nova Scotia. I think a young kid that went to high school one day wearing a pink shirt, and then people teased him, and then the next day, everybody, a whole bunch of people at school came in wearing pink shirts to like stand in solidarity, and that's everything took off from there.
Yeah.
So like the kids are all great.
Oh yeah. And I think you have more empathy from kids today than in our day because they are able to get exposed to these stories. We didn't know about a lot of what was happening, right? Because it happened in the shadows. But now, if a kid goes public about getting bullied, they usually have people come to help them in their own peer group.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some good sharing on the chat there from kids as well. There's somebody says, I got bullied in grade 3 by 3 boys because I had short hair. I got tired of it and threw a handful of sand and rocks at one of them, went into his eyes, and he cried like a baby. I didn't get into trouble. We're maybe not all good at handling bullying either. It appears.
No.
That was the only punch I've ever thrown in my life, actually, that time as well too. I felt terrible about it, but yeah, it's just one of those things. So it's like turning around and punching someone is not the way to handle it either. So
no.
But to answer your question, Guinness.
Yeah. Our friend Pete asked what our favorite beer was.
Mine's Pilsner.
Yeah, for me, it'd be.
Yes.
I go for a pint of Guinness.
Yes. Favorite beverage for me, we all know it comes on my sign off. It's a hot chocolate. I live on that stuff. You can just IV it right into my veins. Got to maintain my levels.
I like a point of the black stuff. I'll tell you this. Point of the black stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Been to the brewery in Dublin at the St. James Gate, and they do a full tour. You get to see everything, and you walk in, and they go, "It's 20 euros or 25 euros to get in, right?" And they go, "Yeah, but you get a free pint when you get up to the gravity bar on the roof." I'm like, I paid $25 for a self-guided tour. How's that pint free? It's not free. I paid for it.
I saw the videos of you, Chris, at the bar when you were watching the Super Bowl. I was wondering if you were there too, Jimmy.
Oh, what's that?
Were you at the bar with Chris watching the Super Bowl?
Oh, I was there.
You were there? Okay.
I was definitely there. For the game that we played at halftime, I was what we called the Luber.
What's that?
Okay, so we played a game called Musical Dildos. We had five.
I always miss the fun.
You had 5 dildos on a table. You had 6 people walking around the table, and you had to walk around. And as soon as the music stopped, you had to have a dildo. And
holding one. Okay. See, in my culture, it would be totally different.
Holding. But my job was to lube them to make them hard to grab onto.
And I'm out.
What? We trust this guy to defend us? That's all it takes.
Whenever we played that game, he went out for a smoke.
Yeah.
Got Saucy going taking notes for my business.
Well, it's because she sells sex toys.
Yes. Well, she had the Valentine's Day cocklets.
Yes. What was it? What was it? Somebody said, "Oh, that's the Jackson 5."
Oh.
Because 4 of them were dark chocolate and one was like white chocolate. Well, it was
That's
funny.
horrible.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny. A box of cocklets. Oh, okay.
Well, that's what they were. You got any other things going on there, Jimmy, that you're involved with?
Not really right now, other than St. Patty's Day coming out and being a little.
Oh, yes.
person. I'm actually booked for 2 days straight as a
Oh,
leprechaun.
I was going to say you dress as a leprechaun, do you? Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a busy time of the year, man.
Yeah, and basically the bars come to me and go, "How much?" And I'm like, $100 an hour, and you cover my food and booze. Okay.
Wow.
And
Good on
so
you, man.
So on the Friday, I'm booked from 1 in the afternoon to 1 o'clock in the morning. And then on the Saturday, I've got like 5 hours of gigs on the Saturday.
Okay.
So food and drink, and that's like $1,700 for 2 days work. That's some good work, brother.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's not bad. That's a good gig, brother. Good on you, man.
But are people respectful?
Pete's saying I should ask for 200.
Pete knows business.
I used to do 150 when it was people I didn't know, but now that I'm getting reoccurring every year, and
Yeah, give 'em
some of them they do multiple locations. They drive me around. I have a handler that tells me, "Okay, we need to go here." Like they tell me what I'm doing. I'm just in character the whole time. I don't have to think. I just
Pardon?
Just a sec. Yeah.
Okay.
that's
Yes,
cool.
absolutely. Yeah. Yes, please.
Sorry,
I just walk around and be a leprechaun.
Okay. Are people mainly respectful?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
I'd say like there's one dick a night that
Okay.
isn't. But usually people are taking pictures. "Oh, I love you, man. Can I buy you a drink?" They're very rarely do I have problems.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
Good.
Well, and I mean, no matter where you go, there's always at least one dick in the crowd, right? So if you can bypass that altogether, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, but because in this case, it's intended to be all in good fun. I'm hoping
Yeah.
so.
But then I have a guy from the bar, like a handler or whatever, and if someone's being a dick, they deal with it. I
They
don't have
take care of it right away. Yeah.
We're just settling up over here. All right. Thank you so much.
But thanks,
And,
guys, for having me on.
Oh my
Well,
God! No,
thanks
it's
for coming
totally
in.
our pleasure. Totally our pleasure. You could tell Chris it's safe to come back now.
Yeah.
He's dealing with the dogs, trying to keep them quiet.
Oh yeah.
You can come back, Oh, he's out.
Do me a favor.
Okay. What's that? Oh yeah, sure, absolutely, I can do that. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. Okay. Well, you need to entertain them for a bit.
Yeah, I can do that. Entertaining. It's something I like to do. But we're happy to have you guys on, Jimmy. Both you and Chris. So I sent out the invite to Chris earlier today. So it's like if you guys, anybody wants to come on, hang out, shoot the shit, and talk with us, great. And the fact we can do some good to promote your event,
Right.
To get the word out to as many people as possible that we want to do some good here. So. And we know that you're passionate about the whole thing, so let's let's do what we can to try and bring you as many eyeballs as possible.
Yeah,
We'll talk about it in the morning show for sure.
that's
Oh,
the
yeah,
big thing,
yeah.
trying to get it in front of as many people as possible. And
Yeah,
again,
well,
if you help one person, I'm doing my job, right? If
Yeah.
you're giving
Yeah.
one person hope, if you're, that's it.
Well, and the thing to be said about that is help one person, you help the world, right?
Yeah,
It's an old saying,
right.
and there's a lot of truth to it because the person you help today can help somebody else tomorrow.
yeah,
And it's not to be cheeky, but they'll tell two friends and so on and so on, and it grows exponentially from there. So yeah,
Yeah.
if you're able to help one person, it's very rewarding. And being able to reach a bigger audience means you're definitely going to be able to help more than one person.
yes, 100%.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, so
Yeah.
was it luck? No, it was Ryan. It was like you said, like if you're doing an event like this, where you're doing a chat and you've only got one person, like this, you have an audience. You're having a conversation.
That's right.
If you have 5 people, you're having a big one. If you have 100 people, if you have 1,000, like this, but it's still a conversation so long as you have just one person.
I remember was it years ago? I remember reading a quote that Gene Simmons from Kiss said. He says, "I don't care if you're playing in front of 10 people or 10,000 people. Every time you get out there, give it your all." And the reason I brought the quote up was years ago I was DJing a private party, and there was not a big crowd. There was maybe 20 people.
Mhm.
I was getting paid my full gig, so whatever. And a buddy of mine came over. He goes, "Dude, you're playing like there's 10,000 people in the room." And I go, 10 or 10,000 doesn't matter. You give it your all each time. Give it 100% because you're going to have the same effect on 10 people as you would on 10,000.
Right.
So like you say, if you're having a conversation with one person or 10,000 people, it's still a conversation. So if you're able to help one person, you're able to help many more, the bigger the audience.
Yeah. And sometimes that one person you help ends up helping someone down the road.
That's why I say, help save one person, save the world, because they can help somebody else in the future.
Yeah.
We got him back.
You guys are done, I'm sure.
We're done with all the gross stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't rewatch the video and question why you kept it.
I haven't seen it yet. I know the clip's out there. I just haven't had a chance to look at it yet.
You're on Twitter right now.
I'm-
This is the unedited version. So.
I'm actually working on a video of the whole game. That's it's going to be on all the locker room social media soon.
Okay. I watched it for the first time in my life. I watched the game.
Yeah, you watched the whole thing.
I watched the whole. Well,
back,
I missed. Well, I didn't actually watch the full thing because I got in at 7:07 because I remembered and I thought, you know what, I should actually watch this. It was a damn good game.
It was a good
I
game.
have to say.
It was probably, I'd say, the best Super Bowl. I don't know if I'm going to say all time, but in a long time.
Oh.
Because, well, you know what? That being said, what was it? The greatest quarter. Everybody likes to go about how that was the greatest Super Bowl ever when New England came from behind to win it, but they came from behind in the fourth quarter. It was the greatest quarter in Super Bowl history, but the game itself was boring as hell up to that point. That was the Falcons and the Patriots a few years back.
Yeah. I was drunk during that game too.
Yeah, but the game itself, that was a boring game. It was boring as hell. It was the greatest fourth quarter because it was exciting. It's like, holy crap, they're coming back. They might, and then they pulled it off and won. And even there was people sitting here in the pub with me who hate Brady and hate the Patriots and were cheering for the Falcons, who said, I got to respect that one. That was an entertaining game. I wanted to be entertained. I'm like, well, I thought it was an entertaining quarter. Whereas this game was from start to finish.
Yep.
There was no lulls.
Right.
And I'm a Chiefs fan, have been for a long time, so it was crazy. But I'll tell you, the one thing for me is it wasn't a blowout. If you ever watched blowout Super Bowls, where it's 46-7,
What was it? Super Bowl 24. I called it Super Bowl 24, 54-4.
That's the one. That's what's coming to mind. That's what resonates with me right now. Like, I don't want to watch that where it's so lopsided.
Mm-mm.
I want to see the two best teams in the NFC, AFC.
Yep.
Go ahead. I want a close game down to the wire where everybody's all in, and that's what we got at this Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I don't think you could ask for much more. I mean, it went right to the wire, right?
Yeah.
Right to the wire.
Well, that was the thing too, because it looked at one point like the Eagles were going to run away for it, and then I think it was in the third quarter where the
Yeah,
Chiefs scored like 2
Mahomes.
touchdowns, like really, really shortly, but the second one was denied.
Yes,
and
that's
then
right.
and then we thought, and then I thought, okay, let's come back, and then the second one was denied, and I said, okay, that's going to take some air out of the tires. And nope, it did not. They just kept going on.
You want in a Super Bowl, everything you want.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Questionable reffing and 2 really good teams. And
everything.
With Ray Rout, who's on the network, he's our sports expert, our Crier Media, and Ray texted me. He goes, "I don't even know what a catch is anymore in the NFL."
Right?
I have no idea. I have no idea what's a catch.
I was sure that was caught. Because, I mean, yes, it hit his hands and then it bounced, but then he caught it again, and then he landed the other foot on the floor on the ground, and it was fine.
To this day, they need to figure it out because nobody knows what a catch is anymore.
Yeah. So, I know nothing about American football. Like I said, I was just watching that, and it's like, okay, yes, it bounced a bit like this, but it's clearly in his hands when his foot touches the ground again, and the ball's not wobbling. That looks like a catch. That looks like a catch to me.
When his foot hit the ground, he had control of the ball, and they're like, no. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What is a catch? Yeah.
Elaine goes, Douglas, tell the truth. Your favorite part of the game was the pants of the players. I did admit that. Men with very, very tight pants like this, and the men dancing in the Rihanna concert somewhere in the middle were not wearing pants that were tight enough. I've said that already. But somebody pointed it out. They showed a clip on they grabbed a screen where Rihanna was like sitting in the middle of them like this, and she had her hand like this, and she was like whining a bit, and all the guys were like this. They're going, she was telling everybody she was pregnant because they were all dressed in white, looking like little sperm.
They were supposed to be sperms.
I was like, never dawned on me. I watched the whole thing, completely went over my head. There you go.
I did not know that.
But according to Twitter, she took down 5 unidentified flying objects that night when she was on those things all to herself.
The balloons, she took them down.
She got shit done. She slayed and took down the balloons. So there you go.
Well, and you
heard how it was good to be back on. Sorry we were late. Had a lot of stuff.
No, please, not at all.
We'll if you can fit us in, we're humbled enough to come back on next month. Let us know.
Appreciate that.
Absolutely, yeah. We love your company.
All right, Jimmy.
And join me on Pink Shirt Day.
Pink Shirt Day,
absolutely.
22nd. 1 p.m. Eastern Standard, 9 p.m. at 2 p.m. Atlantic, 2:30 p.m. Newfoundland, 11 a.m. Mountain, 10 a.m. Pacific.
Yes.
I got it.
Now I just got to remember when I roll out of bed that morning to grab a pink shirt and not just show up on the show.
I just ordered one on Amazon because I always forget.
I'm going to have to leave one on my chair the night before.
There you go. All right. You guys enjoy your day.
Take
care,
gents.
Thanks, guys. Thanks so much.
Bye.
I love it when people drop in.
Always fun. Always fun.
Oh, that's so cool. It's the first time I get to talk to Jimmy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You've not talked to Jimmy.
No, I never. No, I always keep on hearing about him and seeing him doing things. But yeah,
I've talked to him a couple of times on, might have been on Casual Friday.
Okay.
But I've talked to him a couple of times. Really, he's a good guy. And this does mean a great deal to him. So happy to contribute whatever we can, by trying to get the message out, get people to tune in, and more than anything else is like let young people know that there's help available.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to think a lot of people know that, but I don't think there's enough people that do know it.
Mm-hmm.
That the Kids Help Phone is a real thing.
Yep.
That it can be there. That there are people who have gone through what you're going through, and that we can empathize and talk to you about it, and you can share with us what's going on with your life, so we can try and help whatever way we can. So good on you, Jimmy. Well done, brother.
Yeah. Well, again, because democracy is something you do.
Yeah.
Right? You see a need, you roll up your sleeves, you go ahead and you do it. You offer your services. Here's someplace I think I can help.
Agreed.
So that was a great initiative.
Well, what do you think?
I'm seeing you. Are you thinking of calling it a show?
Yeah. I'm tired.
Yeah, I see you fading.
I am fading.
I see you fading. And we've done 4.
Yeah, we've been on for 4 hours. So, and if I was having a couple of pints, I'd be a little bit more energized. But it is what it is, right?
Yep.
It is what it is. I'm tired, and the coffee did help. It did help, but I am fading. No word of a lie.
Pete just said some of my favorite words here in the chat. Ooh, so planning my next visit to Canada.
Yeah, awesome.
Oh, dude, you're going to make me so happy.
Oh, I'm
if you're
Leroy.
coming back,
He's Leroy behind the camera. There's always something to do.
if you come back, your presence is always, always desired and wanted, dear friend.
Yeah,
always,
brother.
always.
You can join us here on the PubCast.
Yes. Oh, wow, my beaver sweetie stayed in for the whole show. My God, thank you, my love.
Awesome.
No, but he's a very busy guy.
Oh, no, I know. Well done. Thanks, Alex, for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you, sweetie. Oh my God, my heart just grew like 3 more sizes, and I know, like my sweetie always says, he doesn't understand how somebody so small can have like so much love can fit in one body.
There
But
you
I
go.
mean, but he's all you need is to get yourself a man like him.
I'll take
It's
your
like
word
everybody
for
on
it.
get yourself a man like my sweetie, not my sweetie because he's already claimed, but get yourself someone like my sweetie, and you'll see life gets a lot better.
Take your word for it.
Like, Pete confirms he's just wonderful.
I'm merely a sex object for women. That's it. So,
Well, there are worse things in life.
I wasn't complaining. Just stating a simple fact.
He just a gigolo in everywhere he
I'm not.
goes.
I've been
People
told
know the
I'm not.
party's playing
I'm not
together,
relationship
together.
material. I'm the fun guy you hang out with, and when you get tired of me, you toss me to the side.
I do not believe that very much. It's like, dude,
It's true.
Hey, we're closing in on 2 years.
Yeah, but we're not sleeping together.
Exactly, it's a perfect relationship.
Yeah, okay.
I don't disappoint you. You don't disappoint me.
I suppose.
We share a couple of drinks. We share a couple of laughs. We check in with each other now and then. It's a perfect relationship. No, but seriously, I can't believe it's like we're closing in on 2 years, and it's like there's part of me that's like you've been in my life for almost 2 years now.
Yeah.
And they've gone by so damn fast.
So fast when so many other things seem to have just slowed right down. The whole pandemic thing. The last 3 years have been a blur.
Right.
It's like, so this went, that was 3 years ago? I thought it was 2 weeks ago. And yet this has been, and this feels like it's gone by that quickly.
Yes, it is.
But I can account for all of this. Whereas other things that happened 3 years ago, I'm like, really? That was 3 years? I thought it was 2 weeks ago, or 2 months ago, or wasn't that last summer? No, that was 2 years ago. Wow. There's a disconnect in that sense, because this has gone by fast, but I can account for all of it.
Right. And we have all the proof too. We have the documented.
Whereas other things have gone by, and I thought it was more recent. They're like, no, that was a couple of years ago. Oh, I don't have any I can't account for it.
Yeah.
So it's sort of this strange sort of disconnect. I don't know. I wouldn't call it an emotional disconnect, but maybe a
temporal
disconnect of some type that many of us have gone through in the last couple of years with the pandemic, because the whole world was flipped upside down.
Yeah.
Not something we ever had seen before, and I hope we don't ever see again, quite honestly.
Yeah. I'm done with pandemics. This is like the second one in my life, and I'm good.
Yeah, well, no kidding, right? And the whole world flipped upside down for a short time period. We all had to adjust to it, and it brought out a lot of good in a lot of people, but it also brought out a lot of ugly in a lot of other people. And that's the part that's the most difficult one to come to terms with.
It's almost like everybody that had something to work on came up, and some of us were able to deal with it, and for others of us, what was in there was so ugly that we just got overwhelmed by it.
Maybe, like I said, because the anniversary of the event that took place here, I have compassion for the people that were involved.
Yeah.
I don't have empathy.
Right.
No empathy. No empathy, no sympathy, but compassion. And I feel bad for those who destroyed their lives over a lie, is effectively is what it was. I feel bad for those folks, but they refuse to, and I'm not trying to be political here. I'm really not. They refuse counseling. They refuse to admit that they were ever wrong.
Or even the remote possibility that they could be.
They wouldn't even admit that.
Right.
And you were asked to do the bare minimum and you couldn't. What's going to happen when the next really big thing comes along?
Yep.
There are millions who were happy to roll up their sleeves and do what was necessary to help each other out and observe, the bare minimum.
Right.
And there's a small faction that just couldn't handle being told what to do, except none of us were ever told. We were all asked.
Yes.
And if we didn't want to comply
We
with
were
the
told what the
request,
consequences would be.
here's the consequence. You can't enter this establishment because we're asking you to do this. I don't want to do that. Well, then you can't come in.
Yeah.
Nobody told you to do anything. But if you can't respect our request of you, you can't come here and be with these people. So, they tried to, nobody ruled or ran anybody's lives. Nobody took any freedoms away. Nothing was lost. We asked you to put up with a short-term reduction in your privileges for the betterment of society. And some people just simply couldn't handle it.
Yeah. It's like we said on the show, right? It's when you're the slow gazelle, you have two options, right? You can either learn to run faster, or you can try and slow everyone down to give yourself a fighting chance. And it's like they were like just trying to slow all of us down.
Yeah.
It's like, no, let the virus catch up to you. It's like, no, we really, really, really just don't want to do that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, and it's really great to have some. I'm reading the chat right now like this, and there's some really, really, really good conversation about bullying and forgiveness going on right now, which is making my heart nice and warm.
Well, like I said, the only topics we don't discuss at the PubCast are religion and politics. And we managed to about, I'd say 98% of us, 98% of the day, we avoided the politics. We touched a little bit here and there. But
well, I mean, there's some, not to use the word, there's some intersectionality.
Oh, but there is
between like politics and everyday real life every now and then. But
there's
are unavoidable. But it's tangential. It's tangential in this case, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I like that. It was nice to hear the show at home. It was like having the beaver and the grizzly in the house.
Nice.
See, and this is why I love the man.
Oh, there you go.
He always knows just what to say.
Outstanding. Well, I think I'm ready to it's going to take me, it takes me about an hour to set this up and about an hour to tear it down,
right.
Pack it up. And I need to go lie down because I'm very tired. So I want to say thank you to everyone for joining us today. We really do appreciate you coming and hanging out. And please, if you can, tune in on February 22nd. It'll be on Crier Media or the Cruise FM website. I believe Dean is dedicating his YouTube channel as well to Pink Shirt Day so that we can help out as many kids as possible. And Jimmy shared some of his stuff with us today. So if you're able to tune in on the 22nd, it is 10 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Mountain, 12 Central, 1 Eastern, 2 p.m. Atlantic, and 2:30 p.m. in Newfoundland. You can come in, join the chat, have your say, and if you need to share a bit, I don't think that'll hurt. I think it'll help people. So yeah,
I'm gonna reach out to my friend Jared Diaz, not the guy from Unifor, but another friend of mine, Jeremy Diaz. He used to work with the Canadian Center for Gender Diversity, I believe, and he was involved very much when Pink Shirt Day was starting back in the day when he was his role. Maybe we can get him to do a spot and come and talk on that day. I'll reach out to him.
What is it? Your buddy? I see his face. I can't remember his name. Be hard on the problem and gentle on the people. Murray. Thank you.
Yes.
I was thinking.
Be tough on the problem. Be gentle on the people.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
okay, kids, we hope that you loved listening to this edition of the True North Eager Beaver Incorporated Pub Chat or PubCast. Yes, because we loved making this for you. We really do.
Yeah,
and, like I said, it's my favorite weekend of the month, except for, like I mentioned before, this month, because next weekend I'm going to be visiting my niece Christina. Hello, Kiki, to help her celebrate her birthday. So just this month, you're not my favorites, but this is my favorite weekend. If because democracy is something that you do, remember, if you have the opportunity to donate a little bit to through the Red Cross to our brothers and sisters going through a really tough time in Turkey, in Syria, that would be great. And also, like as we've been mentioning, on the 22nd, get yourself ready for Pink Shirt Day and do whatever it is that you can there to show support, especially for the kids. So have that in mind as you're preparing for the week. If you would like us to come to you straight off the bandwidth as soon as we have anything, then you can subscribe to us at our Podpage site. That's podpage.com/The True North Eager Beaver with a hyphen between each one of those words. If you go there, like we said,
I can't reach the point that well, you can't see it on the screen, but in the little square in the right hand corner is the subscribe button.
Right there?
Yeah, that little square. See, right down there. That's where it would be.
So there you go. We'll come to you, slip right into your box the second that we have something off our bandwidth to give to you. Give it to me, baby.
We didn't rehearse that.
We love to hear from you. So if you'd like to chat with us, our Facebook blog page is True North Eager Beaver. You can reach us on Twitter at True Eager, and you can also send us email at truenortheagerbeaver@gmail.com. We see everything. Or if you're listening on YouTube, leave us a little comment under the show. We read all of them, and we appreciate them very, 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 very much. We have merch for you if you would like. We have something for literally everybody in sizes small to 3XL. We have Mr. Grizzly Civics tees and True North Eager Beaver tees, all designed, except for the Civic tees, by our good friend Pete Jarvis, who was on the chat today. He's very talented. Christmas, if you need to get started early. Halloween, we have some with red lettering, we have some with green lettering, we have some with the Pride logo. It's all there for you. We got some good stuff. So if you want to let people know that you're engaged and informed and want to boost your sex appeal, then just go to our Crier site and get yourself some fabulous.
I landed us a new sponsor.
You did?
Yeah. Eleganza.
Oh, yes.
When you want to make the biggest fashion faux pas available, 1970s Detroit has boomerang collars and space 1999 jumpsuits. Eleganza.
With super angled platform shoes and a boomerang shirt that you can't get rid of because every time you throw it away, it comes back.
Oh, yeah.
Eleganza, they're really good to us. I guess
really good to us.
Yeah. We tease because we love.
Yes.
And of course, if you enjoyed the entertainment that we provide and would like to support us and encourage us to do more, then you your way to Upchar just by going to, if you're watching live, see that thing right there, that little QR code. Does it still get to scan when it has the live on top of it?
They don't see that. They don't see that.
Okay, good. We just see that.
Yeah.
All right. So if you scan that with your phone, that brings you to our coffee page. If you're listening, that's ko-fi.com/eagerbeaver, all in one word, lowercase letters. And you can find our tip jar there and contribute to Mr. Grizzly's future Guinness Fund when he gets back on the sauce. Or
I'll be on the game for St. Patrick's Day. Don't worry about that.
Or some hot chocolate for me, because next time we do the show, you don't want me to be paler, right, than I am. So you got to make sure I stay brown. So
got to keep that chocolate.
Got to keep my chocolate going, right? So send us a tip, and thank you very much to Kit Cal, I believe it is.
Yes, Cal.
Who was our first-time listener on our show on Friday and liked it so much that he decided that he needed to send us some support right away. So thank you very much, kind sir. We really appreciate it. From the Ottawa Beaver, well, not from the Beaver Lodge, from the
Lieutenant's Pub, 361 Elgin Street,
in our beautiful nation's capital. This is your Eager Beaver and Mr. Grizzly saying it could be a tough world out there, kids. And as back from the conversation, because we did talk about bullying, you know it's true. So please take some time to be kind to and gentle with yourself. And Mr. Grizzly, it's time for your words of wisdom. We're waiting with bated breath.
I'm tired. I need to get some sleep. That's about all I got. I'm really tired.
He's tired of playing the game. Ain't it a crying shame? He's so tired.
I need a.
That's from Blazing Saddles too, isn't it?
I think so.
As well.
I need a shower and a bowl of soup and a blanket and my couch.
Oh, Maybe if you just press on your tattoo, suit will come out.
It doesn't say soup. It says strength. Strength, not soup.
All right, Mr. Grizzly, roll them credits. You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver Media Podcast. The True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. CanadianTarot.com, your uniquely Canadian online eclectic tarot community and forum, and the Peppermaster, hot pepper sauces made from fresh farm ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind. Comes out great on the podcast. So.
Oh, hang on. See ya.
Bye, everyone.